Hello. Welcome. Give me 2 seconds here. Exciting day today. Wonderful, exciting day. For me, it has been a very good week. Still waiting for the other shoe to drop. So far, so good. Old stream title. Shouldn't be the old stream title. Literally updated it. Oh, yeah. Well, I updated it. There we go. I literally hit it like submit 4 times. Twitch just gotta get their shit together, I swear to God. Yeah, y'all ready? I'm gonna show off a little bit of lag ski for you. I'm not gonna play extensively because I don't really do that in the office hours, but I figured it'd be a good thing to show off a little bit. We're going to be doing a review of the little traveler guide we'll do, and then we'll do the monthly report. But they added PDCs to the Perseus? It seems weird. I mean, I get it, but weird. Ugh. Yeah. Hold on, this isn't working. It's supposed to be one on top, but it was supposed to be part remote. It's supposed to be like a remote turret that could act like a PDC. They added guns at the top of the main turrets like the Javelin. They're literally the Javelin guns. They're both size 7. The Drake-like ship that showed up for a second. They already announced they got bumped up to size 8 again. Macton, I'm going to say this again. I'm going to say this every single time this is brought up. Give me evidence. If the evidence is it was brought up in China, cool. I need evidence, not just literal game of telephone. So tired of that. Why would a gunboat need a PDC? Because its original role was more of a patrol ship. And you got to remember that it existed, its original design was designed around the use of armor and interception over shields, because it didn't have shields. Its whole shtick is to look mean and tough in times of peace, to prevent people, to dissuade people from the notion that they should attack. I did see the GTA delay. We'll talk about it here in a moment. Welcome, everybody. My name is Paul, Berserker 1, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astro Pub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. Hold on. Is modernized to deal with the current fight with the Vandul? Yeah, but I can still see it having those same interceptors. That is true. It's always important to note that it is not the same ship that was around during the Tavaran Wars, and actually predates the UEE by like a decade. I was doing some some stuff here. So, it was just announced that GTA is being delayed to November of 2026. So there's two options. Either CIG is going to release Squadron in October, or 2027, here we come, baby. Hi, I wanted to ask what you think of the lore of Nyx 1. Considering it's literally, or it's almost exactly what I said they should do. I like that that's what they're trying to do to fix it, but it's a problem. It's a problem that development created for of course, Vlada coming in. Everyone knows that I have a problem with Nyx 1. My problem with Nyx 1, now that they've updated it, because they've updated it today, by the way, or yeah, as of today. It makes sense now, but I don't like it. I still say December. Nope. There's no way it's December now. If it's December, CIG is fucking stupid. Like, absolutely deserves, Squad 42 deserves to fail if CIG decides they're going to still push forward with releasing in December. Being like, well, it's a different type of thing. No, fuck you, you dumbass. You're idiots. No, this is not new. They threw hints at the new terraforming a few patches ago. And then they announced that they were still, all right, let me lay out the problem. All right, let me lay out the problem. The problem with Nyx 1's story now is it's clear that the decision to make Nyx 1 a paradise world was made recently. I would say in the last 3 months. And it was made by management because they wanted to show off Genesis, because it was going to take them a lot longer to get Castor out. And they knew that they're going to have to delay Nyx's planets until later anyway. So they said, well, why don't we just do the Genesis stuff with these new planets? Because the tech should be online, but it won't be online in time for us to release Nyx. So let's just throw away everything we did with Nyx, and then build new planets with the Genesis system, and then release Nyx without the planets. And then when the Genesis system comes online, we'll put all those planets in. And in that process, they said, hey, we want to do a cool terraformed world. So they did Nyx 1 as a terraformed world. But nobody fucking told the mission design team or the narrative team they were doing this. So they were told after the fact. This is not canon or truth or anything like that. This is just my based off of what I know how CIG functions. This is what it seems like given all of their discussions about like what the segments they recorded for CitizenCon. They got handed a bag of shit. Because narrative had already come up with this sweeping narrative about what they wanted to do. They had been planning this for half a year. Like, they started planning this story arc in like July or June of this last year. So this has been something they've been working on for a long time. I look very red for some reason. I'm not that angry. Okay. So they've been doing this they've been playing this for a while, and they got fucking out of left field. By the way, Nyx 1 is a terraform world. Make it work. So I'm sure the narrative team, because it's not just narrative, it's mission design, it's economy, it's all these different teams who've been working closely together for these events are going to probably like, well, fuck. We gotta make it work. Let's gotta figure something out. And so they came up with this idea of new terraforming tech as a way of making it work. That's very like normal for things to happen in games, by the way. Narrative teams are often handed a bag of shit in video games routinely because narrative is not the main focus of any video game. It's the game itself. Narrative is there to support the everything else. Yeah, it happened between the recording of the narrative section for Citizen Contract and the actual event. I think that's the case. It happened after the recording of the narrative team, but before the event, and I'm sure they did the Genesis stuff last. I'm doing okay there, Depots. How you doing, buddy? They've been marketing for 13 years. What, Squadron 42? No, the fuck they haven't. They've barely even mentioned Squadron 42 in those 13 years. I see you don your vested tie for you, of course. Of course, baby.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Shinobi Trip _ just resubscribed for 33 months. Perseus is looking so good. Gold PLZ longest 2 weeks of the year just started.
How you doing there, Shinobi? Thanks for 33 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. One word, Liberator. Yeah, we'll talk about it here in a moment. You recommend any Twitch extensions? Franker Z. Franker Z is what I usually use. I don't know about any of the other ones. Most of the other stuff I use on my own. Like, I built in for OBS extensions. I didn't even know about Squadron 2 until after Star Citizen and visiting the website. Exactly. So, like, CIG's just doing bad job. Would do a bad job of just releasing Squadron 42.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Nice. Yeah, Franker Z. It's all one word. Just for you, Otaku.
The Space Bee just resubscribed for 7 months. Keep that helmet on.
Thank you so much for that 7 months of support there, Space Bee. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, Mr. Very pedestrian. This is your fault. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I'm finally free of lag ski, thank God. Yeah, we're going to show you how lag ski is. By the way, CIG is 100% gonna go live with this. We are going to have premier grade A lag ski. Because the patch always ships. Luckily, it's just Levki, so it's not like the entire game is destabilized. It's just the big thing that everyone wants to go to. Plugged in properly. As soon as Wave 1 came in and turned, it was bad during Evocati. It wasn't good in Evocati. Does character repair let me reselect my primary residence? If so, I'm still going to go hard on the Nyx Caster Gateway. They'll do a new patch anyways in PTU.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
So yeah, you can reset it in live. Live always resets it.
Hourglass Mage _ just resubscribed for 36 months. Hell yeah, quit my job just in time for wave 1.
Jesus
Hope you've
fuck.
been good, mate.
Oh man, I hope you're okay there, Hourglass, quitting your job. But thank you, thank you for that 36 months of support. You're a very important pupper, very impressed, any pedestrian. This is your fault. You're trying to drink a night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. All right.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Harabek _weather, just resubscribed for 18 months. Hey Paul, are you hyped for the Perseus and those S8s? You better be.
It's not size 8s. Was again, there's no evidence of size 8s, y'all. You're very important, but we're very impressed, Mr. Any pedestrian. This your fault. You're trying to drink a night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. No, it's not flyable in Wave 1. Does character repair let you? Brother Nancy says no. I don't think it does in live, but when you go live, it does reset your starting spot every single time. There's a new patch to live. It does that.
You can take away my spaceship.
The description for the Perseus guns were data mine in 411.
You can even take away my space lasers.
Cool. Can you give me evidence of that, Harabek?
Ever take away my space game.
Like, I need those. I'm not gonna, like, just take anyone's word for it.
Ramim _noodle just resubscribed for 19 months.
Thank you so much for that 19 months of support there, Ramin. You're a very important pupper, very impressed, Mr. Any pedestrian. This is your fault. You're gonna shots and cheers chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Also, people are saying there's let me show you. There's like now turrets on top. There aren't. Chat, I'll show you why. There's no fucking turret here. This is just a turret. And these aren't the size, these aren't the turrets, the same turrets as the Javelin. This was taken from Pipeline. Can you, like, which pipeline recently? The size 8 Medusas are listed on Pipeline. It was posted on 5/13/25. Back in 4/1. Okay. I'm still gonna wait for it to go live. Pizza's in game 2? Nice. I mean, it's right here. Like, you can see it. This is the Perseus. Right there. There's these turrets here, but they were always there. Oh, those are right there. Right here is a what do they call it? PDC, right? But like people were saying it was like on top of the turrets. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? PDS, whatever. There's no audio, by the way. I'm not seeing, I mean, more guns. Oh, you're talking about those right there? Oh, yeah, those are guns there. Those are funky. Yeah, but that's not PDCs. Those are just, yeah, like I said, like the Javelin style. Those are just like probes there first. Yeah, those are guns. All right. Y'all are right. Chat's right. Did I see the Clipper? Let's see. No, that's not it. It's Spirit. I'm not seeing anything new. Oh, this right here? Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. In the background in 22 seconds. That's not a Reliant. That is definitely not a Reliant. Well, it could be a Reliant. I don't think so. The rest of those are identifiable. 300 series, probably a 315, or no, that's probably a 325. That's why am I blanking on the yacht? 890 jump. That's a Reclaimer. That's a Carrick. Yeah, see, the nose is kind of off. It's like the wings are kind of like behind the cockpit. How dare they not have the Gladiator in here? I don't know if it's reversed or not. It might be. It's a new Drake ship? It's not Drake style, I don't think. Can you hear? By the way, chat, this is the seconds per frame you're getting. That is accurate. This is dangerous. I have no idea if this is going or not. I guess it is. Yeah, I would fully expect this to be release. This is the quality you're gonna get at release.
Oh shit, that's right.
All right.
That's right.
Someone's getting high. See how long it's going to take for everything to load. This is a new tradition, chat. When you first arrive in Levki, I'm sure there's also like 500 people here. You have to give gifts to the child who never had a chance to use to play with them. I'm giving that boy booze. That works too. Leave gifts for Anthony Tanaka. That's a bomb. I'm glad to see we already broke everything. And that the bomb is now dangerously just moving about. It's just schmoving. Municipal Works, okay. Random floating bear helmet. Have everything muted? No, everything's set properly. You're just not talking properly. I do like that uniform, though. All right, where's the player counts? I'm getting 14 frames, by the way. Server FPS is 4. Current player location. Graphics renderer. I don't see where the player numbers are. It's in a different. Is it a different display info? Current planet. Four. 371 per shard or 371 server. Yeah, 374. Shard is 551 and the server is 373. So that's why this is going to dog shit. Is that there's 374 people on this server.
Drinks all around.
Let's party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday.
Someone made an Anthony Tanaka account.
Blow the candle out. Party like it's your birthday. Party like it's your birthday. I wanna make you feel real special. Put your name in lights. We are
Anthony Tanaka just got a sub from Anonymous. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Anthony Tanaka.
Thank you so much for giving that to Anthony Tanaka. You're very important, Papa, very impressed, Mr. Very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat. Shots and cheers. We are we're gonna be doing a special stream on Wednesday the 3rd because that is actually Anthony Tanaka Day. So I'm gonna be doing a short stream, a lore tour with the lore organization, where we're gonna get together and we're gonna tour all over the Levki. Do a lore tour of Levki to kind of explain the whole situation. Where's the panel? Oh, it's a train. Well, since oh wow, nice. I didn't know they were even around. We'll talk about it here in a moment, Essentia. Essentia Asia. What date is that? December 3rd? All aboard is going aboard. All right, let's check out the Grand Barter. I don't know why people thought there'd be shit everywhere. Of course there's not shit anywhere. It's just an old rust bucket. Like a lot of the assets from Nyx, I'm assuming are gonna get reused for other assets as well in the future. It's just an old station. It's worn down. She's seen better days. Does I have a papoose? Ah, Nick Snacks. I like it. Big Berries t-shirt? Of course I'm going to buy the Big Berries t-shirt. Take my money. Long Haul Quarterly. Whitley's Guide. Wear and Tear. Ooh, look at the Legion jacket. I like the Legion jacket. Duster. Ooh, they've got a Stronger Together t-shirt. I like that. By the way, I don't care how bad the performance is, chat. Levski's my home. You want to find me, I'm at Levki. Until fucking shelf stable. Clean water. Oh, you got crews here? Man, this place is paradise. Someone said there's pizza here too. Got regular coffee. Near beer. Can I get beer? Ooh, 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 ooh. Damn it. Laying roots. Ah, I'm trapped.
Get off the fucking terminal, you fucking cocksucking motherfucker.
Aw, Nix. Never change. Got noodles. Sharing is caring. This is a serious communist utopia. Get off the terminal or we send you to the re-education camps. Tools. What do we got here? Ooh, mining supplies. Nice. I've done their loop. Where's the pizza? Those are some wild lines. Do no harm. All right, where's contentious objects? Or conscientious options? Objects. There it is. It's up there. I can crank it up a little bit. Better? Fucking hippies. Oh yeah, lag ski. This is definitely lag ski. Right now there are where's that number count? There are 389 people on the server. The shard only has 573 people. Deterrence, stop violence. Fuck yeah, baby. Having the biggest gun in the room. Oh, I love this one too. I want this as a poster. Do you not have the people's weapon, Levski? You do have the people's weapon. Oh, baby. And they've got the people's sidearm. Oh, baby, yes. Mmm. Oh, this is my favorite place in the world. This is my home. Chat, this is home. Make your voice. I need that as well. Holy shit. We're a bunch of hippies. Kind of based. Defend your rights. Goddamn right. What's the people's weapon? The Castak Arms Custodian, baby. Cheap, simple, easy to use. Victory at all costs. Bunch of low-key violent hippies. They remind me a lot of Austinites. Yeah, they're a bunch of hippies, but Jesus Christ, have you not seen more guns per square hippie in this location? No, we're gonna do office hours. I'm just gonna walk in through Nyx to show off Nyx, and then we'll be doing some more stuff. This dude is, look at this guy's arms, his guns. Brother, are you from the Metal Gear Solid universe? No, Recco's this way. Yeah. Forget Hurston. Gun show is here. Yes. Stop Imperial fascism. Why is there's no this machine kills fascists signs here? UE, this is CIG. This is very very unrealistic. Replace me ball. That's realistic. Reshaping tomorrow. She's not here. She should be around here. Too political in my game. And they're a bunch of hippies who fight against fascism. What do you expect them to be? Oh man, it's lag ski all over the place, baby. It's gonna release like this. I guarantee it. Is Teachers open? It should be. Oh my god, they made Levki woke. Levki is the definition of woke, especially in the Star Citizen universe. Just a dude. It's Mima. We've got 16 FPS, and the server ping right now is 3. It's probably just down this way, right? Nothing like ending the year of playability and stability, like releasing a new area with 15 FPS. I know, right? We all knew CIG was going to do this anyways. Yeah, like this is nothing. Right now, this is 400 people per server. The entire fucking server will be on this map. On this location, this one location. Where am I going? Mushrooms. By the way, this is the mushroom they use to make Jinx. These are booze mushrooms. The fuck is our girl? Booze mushrooms. Turn left back there. There was a left option? So basically back up the top. And over here, right? Just an elevator. Back up to the Marketplace. Zoomy fast. Not over here, right? I've literally been over this direction. So this will take me back to the marketplace over here. Here's in the ventilation station, right? Notice, everyone's safety is your responsibility. This is the Grand Barter. You gotta remember, you're all on a bit of a delay. So it's this direction. It's not here. It's definitely not her. What are you looking up there, buddy? So here we go left. Oh, Brawl Station right here. Oh, yeah. She's back. I don't think she's usable, but she's definitely back. And she's not been updated. She's just like she was. Oh. And she has no dialogue that I can hear. Random explosion. Oh, a little bit there. I always forget her name. Nope, 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 nope. Recco Battaglia. All right, let's go visit Teach's. We're getting to almost 20 FPS here. Success. Freedom Mommy? Yes. She doesn't give you any missions or anything like that. I didn't even think she was going to be able to talk with me, but that's neat. Cafe Mocine. Let's see how well the bartenders work. Hey, bud. I can't hear you, but here. Yeah, I checked the settings for audio. It's just not playing.
take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Never.
ever
Ever.
take away my space game.
That's cool.
Hi _prince_of_. Just resubscribed for 14 months. Huzzah.
Thank you so much for that 14 months of support there. Hi, Prince Dragoon. You're very important, Papa. Very important, Professor. Being pedestrian. This is your fault. You're going to drink my shots of cheers, Gerald. Shots of cheers. Oh, it's working like ass. It's Alt H, right? Is the put the helmet on your hip. Ah, this bug still exists. Psychically, I drink. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Almost there, almost there. Ah, done. Oh, yeah, by the way, chat, I'm about to introduce you to the headquarters of the People's Alliance military. Fucking assholes locked it up and put a guard there. This door leads to the actual military headquarters of the People's Alliance. Oh, what's his name? Miles Eckhart used to sit right there. This is new. Oh, corduroys. There we go. Okay, they got any new armor? Man, it's the same. I mean, it's updated a little bit, but like, it's the same layout. Like, ow. Ow, stop it. It's cool as fuck. Doom, doom. It was the old Knicks soundtrack. They updated a little bit. Gear up and shut up. Best prices in the verse. Actually buy the actual. Oh my god, Chad, I can't tell you. This is my home. This is my home. It's got everything I need. Working bartender, the best guns in the verse, the armor sets that I've always wanted. Randomly running around now. There we go. So Grand Butter, Cafe Moussine. Okay, yeah, so this will go back up to Teach's. What? I didn't know there's a level 3. Refinery. Huh. Like how this is a vertical people mover. Home and hearth. Home. 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 Whew. And Mercy Hospital's got a bit of an entrance here. It's just a couch. They dropped off plushies. That's good. By the way, chat, this is the new thing we do. We always give an offering to the Anthony Tanaka statue in remembrance of the child who never got a chance to be a child. Some people want to give him booze, which works too. Give him the booze he's never had a chance to get when he was older. Just leave something for the poor kid. So that's where the FPS went. I don't give a fuck, all right? CIG can do whatever it wants. But I'm still going to fucking put the plushes underneath the Anthony Tanaka statue. I was going to have you do it open. I don't know how you can have it open. I don't think you can have it open. Sorry for science. I think YouTube's stupid in that you have to, like, set exactly who should be doing what. Stop it, jackass. Cool. Ow. Fuck off. Oh. All right, to Teachers we go. I'll have to add you there next time for science. Welcome to the very first ship shop in the verse. No, I'm not kidding. This is the only place you could buy or rent ships. In fact, before they let you rent ships, this was the only place you could buy ships. And it has not changed much at all. Teaches predates everything. It predates, because this landing zone predates everything. Dude, or ma'am with the guns. Oh shit, you can buy the golem here. Neat. You still buy the Aurora? Is this the updated Aurora? Yes, I played Pico at this. Do you think I'm a monster, Cupan? The first thing I did. Nah, that's not the updated Aurora. What version is this, though? Oh, I just got flashbanged by nostalgia. No, no. Bring it back. Bring it back. CL. Okay. This was the first ship shop, yeah. Not the first store, but some of the first stores in game were here, next to Grimhex. Grimhex had a lot of the first stuff. Obviously, Holostar before that, but like this was the first landing zone we had. It's the Boob Lancer. The Boob Lancer. Paul will never be outside of Nick's lessons. I mean, I'll leave Nick's, but like Nick's is home. The only way you're gonna see me outside of taking a home outside of Nick's is if Magnus is in. Like, you know, the people of Nick's might be a bunch of fucking hippies, but you know, they're decent folk. At least oh, nope. I said, at least it's the useful. Nope, it's not the useful one. Why do you exist? Why do you exist? Oh, CIG did not like that. They did not like that. You have to get your you have your artifacts to get it. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna go out and get artifacts, but like, I will make my home somewhere else in the verse over my cold dead corpse. Do not question us, Paul. It exists a reminder of the capriciousness and arbitrary nature of CIG's decision-making process. The simple way of saying it reminds us to it exists to remind us that CIG puts rule of cool above everything else. What is that? That's a fancy thing. What is this effect? Dude, emote party? Neat. I like it. My name is Paul, and this is my favorite starship in the verse, the Redeemer. Ah. All right, I'll be right back, chat. We'll do a look through of the Traveler's Guide to Nyx, and then we'll do our monthly report read. Yeah, the selection of ships was pretty good. I pretty much hit everything except for the exterior, which you'll see me do eventually. Lizard, 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 lizard. Yeah. I saw that. I people said that, and I was like, no, it's not, because I looked at it. I was like, I don't think that's the case, because I'm so used to it being like above, but it's actually to the side. So yeah, that's neat. I did not squeal like a 16-year-old girl. I simply admired it like a 13-year-old boy. All right, be right back.
I love them.
Genesis? Genesis?
Stand by for Titanfall.
Good news, everyone.
Ugh.
Weapons
Of
free, y'all.
course, Pete raided when I went to go use the restroom. Hey, Pete, how you doing? I'm gonna turn off the sound alerts. They've been turned off. Hey, Daft, how you doing, buddy? Thought you were a Magnus boy. I am a Magnus boy, but until Magnus comes in, like I said, the only thing that will pull me away from Nyx is Magnus. But Magnus is a post 1.0 thing. I have not done a camera react to the Nyx 1 justification yet. I'm glad everyone is okay with it. Everyone's like, Paul. It's like, okay. I've already had someone to say, hey, did you see that CIG basically did what you told them to do? And I was like, okay, y'all, let's chill out here. Let's do IAE first because it's easy. What's after Terra? That's after 1.0. But my guess is either Magnus. I still fucking Hadrian. Hadrian's the thing that keeps coming to my brain as like what's likely next. Because Hadrian has the most character. I'd love to see Magnus. The only other thing I can think is Tohill. The immediate like reality would probably be Odin, because Odin is done by that point. Expand your universe in 13 days. They gotta release this patch in 13 days, chat. So that's Thursday and Friday. Yeah, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And then Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. No. Friday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Oh, they're doing the overlaps again. Ooh, they're doing overlaps again. They're getting spicy. So that's Thursday, Friday, Friday, Saturday, Saturday, Sunday, Sunday, Monday, Monday, Tuesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Best in Show. Did you see GTA delayed until November? Yep. So CIG has two options. Either release it in October, which they won't, or delay it till 2027. That's it. Obtain 150 ships and ground vehicles and try them for free via rental kiosks. Discover the latest craft from the Verse's finest manufacturers. Pick up exclusive IAE armor, vehicle paints, and in-game items. Didn't CR address the GTA 6 at CitizenCon Direct keynote? I have to rewatch it. No, he didn't. The RSI front running. Damn, CIG, you want that height. I mean, obviously, there's at least 2 RSI ships out there. We know that one of them is going to be the Perseus, and then the other one's going to be the modified Apollo. They're doing, I think they're doing the old expo halls. There's a rumor that the Perseus grew to 125 meters. We can only hope that GTA will be delayed again. Mr. Paul, do you yourself have or could you be recommended a good video about Pyro lore? All right, so I'm going to do something quick. I use DuckDuckGo. These are both my videos. This is an hour-long video on Pyro. I don't know if we had this conversation before, IBB, but yes, it will. Nobody knows about Squadron 42 at all, except for Star Citizen fans. So it's going to have to rely heavily on word of mouth and advertising. And if you're trying to advertise in a market that's being flooded with GTA ads, you're not going to get any sort of traction. Or word of mouth, you're not going to break through to the people who need to buy the game. There's a reason why literally everyone in any sort of game development sphere, be it AAA or indie, is avoiding the fucking GTA release like the plague. Altered Carbamite. That's a nice one. I like that. Yo, what up? Crazy here live. Once in a blue moon, it's the stars line. Hey, nice, Gary. It's well, I don't know why you're doing it here at like 4 o'clock in the morning, but hey. I hate Rockstar games, and I know that. Yeah. Well, hopefully I can entertain you at work. But yeah, I am going to officially say I do not expect Star Citizen or Squad 42 to release in 2026. Now that we know that GTA is delaying till November. No, I'm thinking of February 2027. February 2027 is literally perfect. Most people who are going to release in at Q4, because Q4 for most companies is March. March of the next year. This is when it ends. Will release in March. February is usually left alone, and that's when games like Helldivers 2 release in February, for instance. So February is not a bad time to release. Unless they crunch and put it sooner, like Q3, but who knows? They could. Like I would like to say that CIG wants to release Squadron in October of 2026, which I think would be perfect. An October of 2026 release would be perfect for Squadron, only because it puts it a month before GTA, So the month before GTA comes out, everyone is going to be looking for something to do. So buy Squadron. But yeah, I think if it comes down, then they're like, well, we could push it and release it in 2026, or we could give it a couple more months for polish. Then they'll release it. When Liberator, man, soon as in like 9 months from now. We'll have a clue if there isn't a trailer at the Game Awards in early December this year. I mean, honestly, the best time for them to release it is either February or August. June would be another good option, honestly. February, June, or August. Those would be the times I would shoot for, because June is around Invictus, which is a perfect time. August would be a decent time only because it's sort of at the beginning of the fall season for video games, so there's usually not a lot of games releasing around then. And February is sort of at the end of that hype. Liberator, you saw that velocity. Next year's the year of the Liberator. It needs to be early October. I think that's what they're shooting for. If they released it in early October, I think CIG would do very well. It really depends on what else is releasing around it, but I don't see anything releasing next year that would be a danger to CIG, unless at N7 this year they announce a release. Unless tomorrow BioWare announces a release of the next Mass Effect game. Liberator will be on the monthly reports, then it'll get shelved just for velocity. So here's the reason why I think the Liberator is partially getting fast-tracked. The Liberator is a ship that I think they're going to rework and make it give it a refuel and rearm capability, which would make it a large ship, because it's not a capital ship, that could act like a capital ship in terms of refuel and rearm. Do I need to apologize for something? What? No. Liberator would fit very well with their fleet-based raid. Yeah, that's what I mean. If it has rearm and refuel capability, it becomes a pocket carrier. Specifically, it doesn't have a lot of defenses. It's pretty weak, but it would work great for that tactical fleet ops. So, better than a Vulcan. A Vulcan is not designed to rearm and repair from the safety of a bay. It's designed to be kind of in situ. Velocity needs to apologize for being CFP and betraying the Lore family. No, didn't he choose Frontier Fighters and then went to Headhunters? Because the second he did a Headhunters thing for us, CFP hated him. Do you think we'll see Squadron 42's date change because of the GTA 6 delay? I would bet. The problem is it could delay again. We never know if it could delay again. But now that we know, generally speaking, when they want to release it, I would suggest CIG either preempt it by releasing it in October, which unlikely because it's CIG we're talking about, or place the bet, which is a huge hedge bet that it's not going to delay until then. If it does, it'll release till March. Delay it till February. Sorry, I got a better Crucible. Crucible is a repair ship. Like straight up. It does resupply and rearm, but I think the Did I say repair? I don't think the Liberator will repair well, but I do think it'll rearm and refuel, like the capital ships do. If it's 2027, then it has to release in February. Because I think CIG, based off of, again, the information from people I've talked to at CIG from like months ago now. I haven't caught up with them. I'm going to catch up with them here probably the next couple of weeks, just because I want to just make sure they're okay and see how everything is. From the folks I know who work on Squadron, was that they're working hard, they're busting ass, and there's lots of instability, but they're working through it. And that was like late spring, early summer. And everyone I've talked to at CIG is like, they come across when I asked about Squadron, they're like, it's coming out in 2026. We might drag our asses across the finish line, but it's coming out in 2026. Liberator has repair, rearm, refuel already. Not officially. It has the ability to rearm through and refuel through canisters. That was the whole thing. It was never explicitly said you could refuel from it. Not like there are some ships that literally have like fuel ducts you can like pull out of the walls. Hey, freelancer. Nah, March is too late. Releasing March, 2026, that's too early. There's no way they have that ready. Also, it would be awful to try to do March 2026 because they haven't done any advertising for it. I've had this conversation with a lot of folks who are like, just release it, it'll be fine. I'm like, no, it won't be fine. You need at least some market awareness of a game like this, because nobody knows what Squadron 42 is unless you're a Star Citizen fan. And while us Star Citizen fans will play the shit out of it, it needs to get at least some traction beforehand. So months leading up gives you more chances to fuck up, as I like to say. You have a 9-month lead up and you fuck up your marketing in month 2, you can recover from that and adapt and pivot. You have a 2-month lead up and you fuck up month 1, you're fucked. Like, you need to be able to identify your market. You need to be able to figure out who the demographics are. You need to be able to figure out what is the best way to reach them and get them intrigued, and then do a good job of anticipating while also setting it without spoiling, kind of thing. Now, Baldur's Gate 3 had a couple of things. One, Baldur's Gate 3 started its advertising campaign in like the spring of that year. And secondly, it released at a time when nobody was releasing games, a month before Starfield, which was the big heavy hitter that year that was going to crush everything. I know everyone is like, well, Starfield sucks. No one knew that Starfield was going to be bad, or like at least the perception is that it's bad. So I think it's fine, but it's not like a genre-defining game like Skyrim was. But, you know, everyone anticipated it to be like Skyrim, and it's not. But they didn't know that until it released. So they were hedging their bets by releasing it a month earlier.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never.
Yeah, BG3 also had a year of early access. That's true.
Take away
but it also
my
had
space
advertising.
Game.
I remember seeing advertising for it.
Valisat just resubscribed for 19 months.
Thank you so much, Alice, for that 19 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressed, You're very pedestrian. This your fault. There's run drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Hi, Paul. I hope you're doing well. I just wanted to say, 1, are you doing IAE tours? I am. 2, will you please write a novel in the lore of Star Citizen and put it in an Audible? Much love. Sure, I'll write a novel for Star Citizen. Not that I haven't already started to write those some books for Star Citizen. The issue is that I have to actually pitch it to CIG officially. Until then, it's just fan fiction. You really don't like that, do you, Otaku? What do you think the Squadron 42 collection is going to come with? More bone armor? I think it'll come with stuff for Star Citizen and probably some cosmetic stuff for Squadron. I wouldn't be surprised if the special edition of Squadron comes with Star Citizen. Also, I disagree that Squadron has to break through Star Citizen's bad PR, because no one will know that it's connected to Star Citizen unless you are already tainted. The only people who know that Squadron 42 and Star Citizen are in the same universe are people who like Star Citizen and follow it a lot, or people who dislike Star Citizen and follow it a lot. Your average gamer, your average normie gamer has no fucking idea that they're connected. Let me pull it up. I always like to pull this up because this is a great example. This is it, right? All right. So, this is Squadron 42 gameplay reveal, IGN, right? Let's look at the top. They called in the Cavalry. Henry C is basically the only actor for any fandom at this point. Henry will not stop until every nerdy IP, and I'm here for it. I'd like to note Squadron 42 enters its 42nd minute. Well timed, guys. Making character creator look like a pilot application is actually genius. So we go to this one over here. First time watch gameplay and reveal, 1 hour long. It's immense, story driven, very cinematic. I can't wait to play this. I sat and watched a quarter of an hour watching Machinima. I'm not going to demand any, but well done. Hold on, let's give Mark Strong some love here, fellow humans. I thought it'd be bigger. Line, all right. Pretty good, pretty good. I'm see if I can find it. Here we go. So this is like the 10th comment right here. I saw this is amazing. The first time I've read an IGN comment section about Star Citizen and it's not toxic as hell. Enhance. Oop, no, enhance too far. Let's go back. There we go. They don't know. Chat, they don't know. This is IGN. This is the comment section on YouTube for IGN. Yeah, we did. We already talked about that. Language. Jesus. Do you think they started the Liberator because they realize how many people are wanting to carrier gameplay and it's a perfect small crew carrier? I think it's part of the reason why. Because I think they're also building gameplay around it now, so they're trying to like, they're like, hey, this is actually would be a pretty good ship for that. Love your podcast on Spotify, but the volume has been loaded too low. Gad, I'm just going to tell you this right now. No matter what I do, the volume is too high or too low. It is what it is, buddy. The podcast on Spotify is mostly there because I know some people wanted it on Spotify, so I put it on Spotify. But I just am not an audio engineer. And I have to deal with people's audio volume, which is all over the place. So, like I said, it is what it is. Unless someone's going to volunteer to audio engineer the thing, it's going to be what it is. Also, GTA 6 got pushed. Finally, they're stopping their dumbass Mexican standoff. Well, we don't know if it's going to be pushed again. What? Do you have anti-compressor rate? I have no fucking idea, dude. I don't understand how goddamn, like, audio works, really. I've tried looking it up and fiddling around with it, and then I've discovered that no matter what I do, people complain, so I just go, fuck it. Kraken's already in the pipeline, right? Yes. People just don't know what Squadron 42 is, and CIG, I feel, needs to control the messaging. That's the thing, is they need to release Squadron 42 properly in terms of its advertising. They need an advertisement. It sounds like the rest of the staff that didn't get fired or for thinking about unions are dragging their feet in protest for their lost coworkers. There might be more delays. Apparently, the reason why they got fired was because there was a whole Discord that was leaking information to people, and they claimed that at least some of those people who were union organizing were in that Discord and got fired as well. But that sounds like copium. That sounds like they wanted to fire because it's fucking Take-Two. They're evil. Take-Two is evil. Anyone who doesn't know that Take-Two is evil is insane. Like, Take-Two is super duper evil. I'm not complaining, I'm just giving positive feedback. Thank you, buddy, but like, I hear this all the time. It's too loud. It's too quiet. Like, it's one of those, it is what it is, bud. Just the fact they said it got pushed means they're narrowing down on a final release. Yeah. Like, I don't think it's going to get pushed much beyond this. I think the latest it gets pushed is March of 2027. I.e., they need to treat Squadron 42 as its own game and draw in normies to bring another positive. Yes, they do. But they also need to do that. They need to actually gin up interest in the game. You know? All right, I'm going to do 2 capsules, or I should say capsules. How these work is I'm not going to use any music, and I'm not going to put any music to any of these anymore because people always complain about the music. So, and it's funny because I saw someone do the same thing to somebody else, and another YouTuber. They're like, the music is too distracting, and I'm like, what? For listeners with problems of the podcast, 1, adjust the volume on your OS's audio drivers. 2, adjust the volume on the app you're using. 3, adjust the hardware volume knob on your speakers. And you've got way more control than the provider. Okay. You can barely hear it now. People always complain that it's too loud. What's the capsule? It's a capsule. There's 2. I'm going to do the monthly report, but the other one's going to be the Traveler's Guide. All right. Turn music off. Let me see. Hold on. How's this? Let's skip it through some of the louder parts. Talking. Can you hear me when I speak? I'm speaking as the loudest part of the song comes up. Right now. It's talking. I'm talking. Is it good? Thank you. Thank you, God. Can you understand what I'm saying? The rain in Spain falls mainly in the plain. Turn the volume a little bit more. Turn down this a little more too. Well, the issue is this peak right here. Like when it's peaking, like people find it distracting.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever
No, you are the peak.
take away my space game.
G Coop just resubscribed for 15 months. Man, this is longer than some people have been playing Star Citizen.
Thank you so much for that 15 months of support there, GQ. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive. Mr. Rainy Pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. I didn't even know you had music playing. Well, thank you, Devil Dog. Oh, hey, X. I volunteered you for the show next week. All right. Starting the recording. Sweet. Yeah, Grim reached out, so Trishpone sounds good too. 3, 2, 1. Oh, hello. Welcome back to another Office Hours capsule. That's right, capsule. A small section of my Office Hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub live. On Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. We'd love to have you join chat here live as we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. I started off this stream that I'm doing this recording from going to Nyx, showing off Levki, before doing a little look at the IAE schedule. And today, speaking of Nyx, we're going to be doing a traveler's guide to Nyx. CIG just released this to correspond with the release of the Wave 1 PTU. And I want to go over it because it's got some new lore stuff in it. And we're definitely going to be I'm going to be using some of this to make my system survey for Nyx, which I will try to release before the release in 2 weeks, but we'll see. It might take a little bit longer to do that because I also need to do my Perseus video. So we'll see about that for the Astro Historian, or so I should say. But until then, let's take a look at a sneak peek into Nyx as a system. So, welcome to another edition of the Traveler's Guide to the Star Citizen's Galaxy, which I don't think they've ever done this before, honestly. These dispatches aim to provide early insights into the lore and design shaping new locations coming in Star Citizen's universe. This time we venture into Nyx, the third star system to join the verse, coming in Alpha 4.4. In this edition, we'll be sharing a glimpse of what's going on the horizon for Alpha 4.4, as well as a look further ahead at content planned for future updates. Please note that anything beyond Alpha 4.4 is subject to change as development continues. Welcome to the Nyx system. Nyx is an unclaimed planetary system situated at the border of a dark nebula. At its heart lies an F-type main sequence star, orbited by 3 planets and 2 sprawling asteroid belts. As you travel toward the primary landing zone, your path will take you through the Glacium Ring. The belt is home to many old and decommissioned structures like breaker stations, and more left behind by QV Planet Services. The Glacium Ring, or Nyx Belt Alpha, is a dense asteroid belt located between the 2nd and 3rd planets in the Nyx system. For years, miners from throughout the verse traveled to the ring to make their fortunes. The largest object in the belt is called Delamar, an enormous asteroid and home to the famous mining facility, Levki. Levki, settlement. The system's primary settlement, Levki, is built into a large asteroid within the Glacium Ring. Once a mining facility, Levki has evolved into a refuge for those seeking life beyond the tightening grip of the United Empire of Earth, UE. Today, it stands as a symbol of independence and resistance, a place where ideals of freedom and self-governance endure. Tucked away in the rugged terrain of the Delamar lies Levki, a fascinating independent settlement with a story as bold as its founders. This off-the-grid haven was established in Standard Earth year 2655, with the bones of a long-abandoned QV Planet Services mining facility. Named after a 19th century Earth revolutionary, Levki was founded by the People's Alliance, a group of political dissidents who envisioned a society free from tyranny. During the oppressive Mezer era, the settlement became a beacon for refugees fleeing Earth, Sol 3, and a sanctuary for those escaping unjust government persecution. While Levki prides itself on its egalitarian ideals, its remote location and anti-establishment roots have also made it a magnet for less savory visitors. Pirates, smugglers, and outlaws have all passed through its corridors. Despite this, the People's Alliance continues to stand firm, defending their vision of freedom and community. The Tanaka Memorial. At the entrance of Levki is dominated by a statue of an unnamed worker holding the lifeless body of Anthony Tanaka, a child laborer who was executed by an advocacy agent in 2757 for refusing to continue work after a 16-hour shift at a munitions factory. Footage of the murder was smuggled out of the factory and became a symbol of resistance to the growing members of the anti-Mezer movement. The Tanaka Memorial stands as a solemn reminder of the People's Alliance to never return to the UEE. Each year on December 3rd, Anthony Tanaka Remembrance Day honors the child whose act of defiance became a rallying cry across an empire. Just so you know, it has become tradition through the Evocati and now into the PTU that if you visit Levki, you are to leave a small toy or some sort of offering in front of the statue in remembrance of Anthony Tanaka. You should always do this the first time you visit Levki, and any new people you meet who haven't done that, remind them to do so in honor of the child. Mercy Hospital, Levski's primary medical hub, offers emergency care and advanced treatment for travelers and locals alike. Find everything from everyday supplies to rare exotic goods at the Grand Barter. Haggling is expected, and the atmosphere is as much of a draw as the wares. The bazaar is home to the iconic Cafe Moussine. Was the audio glitching? Was my audio... Do I have to restart? Okay, I'll restart. I'm not going to put music in. If it was glitching for you, it was glitching for me. Because it was glitching for me, but I can't tell if that's the background. So we'll do it without the audio, and then I'll just record it later. I'll add the audio in later. It was the music, wasn't it? Not my voice. I went robot for a minute? Okay. Yeah, we can't do that. Let's see if I can figure this out. What's this? See if that works. It kind of sounds like Noise Gate was fighting with fan noise. There's no Noise Gate. Not really. How's this? Well, it's because I was recording. It's the reason why. My voice was popping. Okay. Because I heard some crackling in the music as well. Yeah, it's good now because I stopped recording. Yeah. I'm going to turn on the recording one more time and see if I can't figure this out. Honestly, it's an issue where I'm streaming and I'm recording at the same time, and it's causing problems. What I need to do is I need to reduce the size of the recording from what it was before to what it is now, or what it is now to what it is before, because I'm recording it at like 1440p, but I only need to record it at 1080 when I'm not doing like stuff for like content. Okay, CPU doesn't seem too bad. It's at 13%. I'll try it with this music one more time, but we'll... Oh, hello there. Welcome back. Or just welcome if it's your first time here. My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shelley, and this is In Office Hours. Capsule. That's right. Capsule. Small segment of my office hours live stream that I do on twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub live. Wait, I'm an idiot. I do it in the right place. Now I'll do it again. Oh, hello there. Welcome to another Office Hours capsule. That's right. Capsule. A small segment of my Office Hours live stream that I do live on twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub live on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. We'd love to have you join us live as we talk about Star Citizen, lore, news, and more. We've been having some issues with my audio recordings and stuff like that, so we'll figure it out if it happens here, but hopefully it doesn't. I do want to hear your thoughts right now if the audio is bad. All right, if you're hearing the audio is bad and if the music is too distracting, let me know. I can change that, but we'll see. Anywho, we're going to look at Nyx, the Traveler's Guide to Nyx that was just released today on the 6th of November, 2025, where we're going to take a look at the new lore and some of the new stuff behind there. I'm hearing a little crackling. Chat, tell me if this is live, so chat, is my voice crackling or is it good? I'm waiting for chat. Okay. Yeah, all right, we're going to stop it. I may not be able to do a capsule today. We'll see. Is it still breaking and popping? Yeah, it's because I stopped streaming. I stopped recording. I'm going to turn on the recording again here in a moment. For a moment. It seems to be after like a couple of minutes. So I'm going to let it run for I'm going to let this recording run for a few minutes, and then if it starts cracking and stuff like that. Could you edit the VOD? No, because there's it says like 720p. I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's my new rig. It's my new rig. I'm guessing it might be my Go XLR, because I think that's the thing that's causing the problems. I might need a new audio device because it's the only thing that's old. It could be the bitrate of the input mic. I've checked. It's the same bit rates. Maybe add more grounding connections. You're talking to an illiterate audio person. I have no fucking idea what that means. Because literally the only thing that changed was the computer. My mic is the same, my audio is the same, my cables are the same. There was nothing problem with my old computer. The new computer fucked up. Yeah, you can link. Does it link to USB-C or actual audio plugs? The mic goes to, I have a Go XLR Mini, so it goes to a USB, it goes to an actual mic plug. And then from the mixer to the PC, it's a USB. Not a USB-C, but a regular USB. I don't think that would work because my mic is a what is it called? An XLR mic. It's an XLR mic. Yeah, we've been talking about that a little bit there, Metal. I use a DAC and it always does that if I have the bitrate set too high. I don't even know where to see the bitrate in the mic. All right, so right now it says format is 2 channels, 24-bit, 4800 audio, 4800 hertz, and I literally cannot change it. Testing, testing, testing. Talking. How about now? Is it good or bad? It's popping. Is it popping too high? I'm doing microphone test and that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's just because I'm doing a microphone test. How about now? Is it still popping and crackling? My Go XLR uses a 35 millimeter male end to feed audio from stream PC to gaming PC, and I connect those grounders to the cables. Okay, because I just use the HDMI cable for stream between the two. Yeah, it would just want to hit the test audio. Settings here. Yeah, the sample rate for audio is the same as the mic. Is my mic popping or crackling or anything like that? Now it is. Okay. So it's the recording. The answer is I know how to fix it. It's restart my computer. But if I restart my stream PC, then it's going to end all the stream stuff. So it's the recording. I can't record right now. Let's see if there's anything else that's on that I can turn off. I don't think there is. Nothing. I still need all this stuff up. If it's the recording, it's the software. It's not the software though, because it's when if I'm streaming, it's fine. If I'm recording, it's fine. If I'm streaming and recording, it's fucking up. So, and the thing is that it would be the software if it was consistent. It's not consistent because I record for the captain's table all the time, and I don't have that problem when I'm streaming and recording with the captain's table. So the only way I could get this to fix properly would be to turn off the computer entirely and restart it. And I guarantee you that would fix the problem. But for now, it's not going to fix the problem. Yes, I'm on a two PC setup. When you burn incense on your piece of machine parrot, I don't know what the fuck I need to do. Like, the only thing I can think of at this point is the only thing I haven't done is completely got rid of my Go XLR and buy a new audio setup. Because I don't think it's not the mic necessarily, because I can also hear weird things happening when it's happening. It doesn't seem like the CPU spikes that much. So. You see, is this streaming in 1080p or is it just downsampling in 1080p? Let's see. Okay, so it is streaming in 1080p. Hopefully I can download it. It's not. I pull up my task manager when I'm recording. I'll do it right now. Because, like, while recording, my CPU is at 10%. Like 11%. 31% memory, 1% network. It never goes beyond 15%. Like, my CPU is fucking rock solid. It's a really good CPU. Let me try something else. Turning off. Discord. I've tried that. It's not 9800X3D. It's a, what is this? My stream PC. I have a Ryzen 9 7950X. Do I have cables passing over a power cord? Not that I know of, no. What do I record with? OBS. Same thing I'm streaming with. How much RAM do you have on board? I have 64 gigabytes. I had an issue with my mic a while ago. My mic would almost do the exact same that you're doing, recording and tested my USB ports, and they were randomly not functioning, so I ended up doing a BIOS update. I guess I have to check the BIOS update, see if there's something like that. mean, I've been recording for about 2-3 minutes. Too many cooks. Too many. Yes, it is. At this point, though, it's reaching the same level of problems. Power can cause sound problems if not spaced. The problem is that it's consistent. It's not necessarily power, because it's always when I record and stream at the same time. That's the issue. And it's only the audio, and it only happens when I record and stream. There's crackling now. Okay. Yep. All right, so I'll just try to pull it off the VOD. That may be what I just have to do from now on if I'm streaming, is just not worry about doing the recording and actually just pull it off the VOD. Yeah, it's impossible to know unless there's a person to diagnose. Like, it's consistent enough that I know it's probably a software issue, but there's not a software issue I can fix with OBS. So if it's not a software issue with OBS, then it's probably a hardware issue, and it has to do specifically with audio, and the only audio that I have is stuff that's old. So I may have to get a new audio mixing and audio software, because currently I'm using OBS, or I'm using Go XLR. I may need to get a Go XLR Mini, actually. I may need to get a different version. Then the cord near power is the one that has to do with recording. When I'm recording on my own without streaming, it's fine. When I stream, it's fine. When I do both, it's not fine. What if happens if you hard kill OBS and reboot? It will fix it for a little bit. Sometimes that happens. The problem is that if I hard kill OBS and reboot, then it fucks everything up in terms of how YouTube streams. Because I'd have to do a brand new YouTube stream, and it splits it into 2 VODs and shit like that. YouTube sucks for streaming. It's not as nice as Twitch is. And you only started with the new rig, same OS as the old one? No, I had to use the new. I have a new OS, but when I originally had these problems when they first started up, it was the same OS. The only thing that happened, the only thing that's remained from the old setup is my Go XLR.
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Streamlabs is still OBS.
The Evil Tactics has subscribed.
Thank you for becoming a subscriber there, Evil Tactics. You're a very important pupper, very impressed Spisser, very new pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. The thing is I think Go XLR is no longer in, they're no longer a company, and like they don't exist anymore. So I don't think there's any hardware updates, anything like that. Love the shows. Thank you, that man. Is Windows set to try and control audio over the software? Yes, I think so. TC Alien stop support for the Go XLR. Yeah. Well, Streamlabs is also OBS. It's the same. It's just a fork of OBS, so that's not the issue. If you decide to do something else, I cannot say enough things about the Zoom products. Been using Zoom i8 for our personal, for our in-person BattleTech podcast. It's not there. My audio, the user of my audio filters for XLR has been great. Zoom i8. Everything I look up says one of the things that I'm seeing push a lot is where's this? Fifine. Fine. There's a lot of those that seem to be being pushed. It's just one of those things, like when you're a content creator, the last thing you want, holy Jesus fuck. Yeah, I'm not getting the Zoom Live Track L8. That is $450. I just spent $1,000 on an electrician. Yeah, no, like the cheapest I'm seeing is like $600. I just spent $1,000. I don't have extra money, even if it is a tax write-off, you know? I'll have to talk with other streamers and see what they're using. Because I know a bunch of people have been moved over to new stuff, so. Check this real quick. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of people saying fine. That sounds like or pile. The advantage of the fine is that it's $50. How's Darge doing? I don't know. I could ask Darge that. All right. So I'm going to try to set this at this point, and we'll get this done, and then hopefully we can get the rest of the stuff done. All right. No, Windows hasn't turned on enhancements to the audio device now. I'm gonna probably buy this thing, this Fi-Fine thing, unless someone tells me not to. All right, turning on the music. Actually, wait a second. All right. Oh, hello. I've been trying to record this for 4 times because this is an office hours capsule. That's right. Capsule. A small section of my office hours live stream. You can find on twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub live on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. We'd love to have you join us live as we talk about Star Citizen lore, news, and more. Today, we are talking about a bit of an interesting thing. CIG's released a traveler's guide to Nyx. Talks a little bit about the lore and other things about the system that's going to be coming out with 4.4, which we know the patch, they always push the patch, so it's coming out in the next 2 weeks. It's available right now on PTU for Wave 1. So, with that being said, let's get started. Traveler's Guide to Nyx. Traveler's Guide to the Galaxy Nyx. Star System. Welcome to another edition of Traveler's Guide to the Galaxy. These dispatches aim to provide early insights into the lore and design shaping new locations coming into Star Citizen universe. This time we venture into Nyx, the third system to join the verse in coming Alpha 4.4. Note, in this edition, we'll be sharing a glimpse of what's on the horizon for Alpha 4.4, as well as a look further ahead at content planned in future updates. Please note that anything beyond Alpha 4.4 is subject to change as development continues. Welcome to the Nyx system. Nyx is an unclaimed planetary system situated at the border of a dark nebula. At its heart lies an F-type main sequence star, orbited by 3 planets and 2 sprawling asteroid belts. As you travel towards the primary landing zone, your path will take you through the Glacium Ring. The belt is home to many old and decommissioned structures like the breaker stations and more left behind by QV planet surfaces. The Glacium Ring, or Nix Belt Alpha, is a dense asteroid belt located between the 2nd and 3rd planets in the Nix system. For years, miners from throughout the verse traveled to the ring to make their fortunes. The largest object in the belt is called Delamar, an enormous asteroid and home to the famous mining facility, Levki. Levki Settlement. It dropped. The system's primary settlement, Levki, is built into a large asteroid with a Glacium Ring. Once a mining facility, Levki has evolved into a refuge for those seeking life beyond the tightening grip of the United Empire of Earth, UEE. Today it stands as a symbol of independence and resistance, a place where ideals of freedom and self-governments endure. Tucked away on the rugged terrain of Delamar lies Levki, a fascinating independent settlement with a story as bold as its founders. This off-the-grid haven was established in Standard Earth year 2655, with the boundaries of a within the bones of a long-abandoned QV Planet Services mining facility. Named after a 19th century Earth revolutionary, Levki was founded by the People's Alliance, a group of political dissenters who envisioned a society free from tyranny. During the oppressive Meser era, the settlement became a beacon for refugees fleeing Earth, Sol 3, and a sanctuary for those escaping unjust government persecution. While Levki prides itself on its egalitarian ideals, its remote location, and anti-establishment roots, it's also made a magnet for the less savory visitors. Pirates, smugglers, and outlaws have all passed through its corridors. Despite this, the People's Alliance continues to stand firm, defending their vision of freedom and community. The Tanaka Memorial. The entrance of Levki is dominated by a statue of an unnamed worker holding the lifeless body of Anthony Tanaka, a child laborer who was executed by an advocacy agent in 2757 for refusing to continue to work after a 16-hour shift at a munitions factory. Footage of the murder was smuggled out of the factory and became a symbol of resistance to the growing members of the anti-Meser movement. The Tanaka Memorial stands as a solemn reminder to the People's Alliance to never return to the UEE. Each year on December 3rd, Anthony Tanaka Remembrance Day honors the child whose act of defiance became a rallying cry across the empire. So, just as a note, this has been a tradition in the Evocati and now into the PTU. I would like to move it into the live as well. If it is your first time visiting Levki, please bring some sort of offering to place before the Anthony Tanaka statue in remembrance of the child who never had a chance to grow up. Be it a toy, be it some sort of plush, or a drink. It's up to you. Mercy Hospital, Levki's primary medical hub, offers emergency care and advanced treatment for travelers and locals alike. Find everything from everyday supplies to rare and exotic goods at the Grand Barter. Haggling is expected, and the atmosphere is as much of a draw as the wares. The bazaar is also home to the iconic Café Musin. The People's Alliance. Stronger Together. A faction originally formed by the people fleeing the unjust Meser regime, they founded a utopian colony and a ready-made station on an asteroid in the Nix system. In spite of the challenges of living in an airless rock, their settlement Levki endures to this day. The People's Alliance of Levki are dedicated to the creation and continual development of a truly egalitarian community, where all may feel safe and free to express ideas while supporting each other towards the communal goal of enlightened self-sufficiency. However, there are those who seek to take advantage of the People's Alliance's lofty goals for their own selfish gain. A taste of Delamar. Notable nixes. Remote, rugged, and rich in character, Delamar has quietly become the source of some of the most distinctive drinks in the UEE, whether brewed in cave stills or whispered about in cocktail lore. its contributions are worth a toast. That's why Cafe Moussine is actually pretty famous. It's sort of a revolutionary bar. Jinx Gin. Distilled and bottled on Delamar, Jinx Gin owes its striking coloration and part of its mystique to the Omoplotus mushroom. First brewed in 2901 by bartender and local legend Alta Touré, Jinx began as an experiment to craft a drink using ingredients native to Delamar's harsh terrain. After many failed attempts, Touré's breakthrough came with the Omoplotus, resulting in a gin that glows faintly pink and tastes like rebellion in a bottle. Today, from the quiet lounges to bustling spaceports, Jinx Gin is a go-to for bartenders looking to serve something with a flair and story. Treece Sling. While Treece Cordial isn't native to Nyx, its most famous cocktail may be. The Treece Sling, a whiskey-based drink that gained popularity at G-Lock Bar in Area 18, is said to have originated in Delamar. Local bartender Claire Rios of Cafe Moussine claims she created the recipe in 2911, only for it to be borrowed by G-Lock staff passing through Nyx. Whether stolen or simply shared, the sling has become the staple across the UEE, but in Delamar, it's still considered a homegrown classic. Oh, it is a little bit cut off. Let me move it a little bit this way. Hold on. There you go. A glimpse ahead. Beyond Alpha 4.4, what follows is a preview of content that's planned for future updates and not included in Alpha 4.4. They reflect longer-term development goals and may change as work progresses. Locations. New locations will arrive with future content drops. Here's a look at what's coming into play further down the line. Breaker stations. Municipal works. Tactical strike groups. Planets. Nyx 1, a green yet uninhabited world undergoing experimental terraforming process. Nyx 1 may soon have an atmosphere that will let everyone breathe free. While their quality of life would improve sustainably if they relocated to an inhabited planet, some members of the People's Alliance are worried that access to an abundance of resources will undermine their collectivist values. Kind of a shit explanation, but, you know, it's dumb. It's really dumb. I'll just say that. They're like, if they, well, we should not move to the freaking paradise planet. Nyx 2. The air on Nyx 2 is sweltering, stifling, and extremely poisonous. A smog planet located in the system's green band, it has been impossible to terraform due to technological limitations. However, the unpleasant nature of the world still does have one benefit. There may still be an untapped wealth of resources waiting for those to brave the waiting for those brave and industrious enough to claim it for their own. Nyx 3. Furthest planet from the star is at the center of the Nyx system. Nyx 3 is an ice giant with a stormy atmosphere. That's it. I gotta say, some people saying maybe the air is only slightly poisonous. No, so it's undergoing terraformation. I think the whole it's green but uninhabited and uninhabitable is just because it's in the process of terraforming right now. So when it comes out, it will be terraformed. But the reason why they're hesitant to terraform to move to the planet is stupid. They want to be a self-sufficient egalitarian society. Then they have a freaking paradise planet right there. The thing is that apparently that terraformation is being done under their noses and they're not stopping it. So someone is experimentally terraforming it, and we don't know who, but they're doing it against the wishes of the People's Alliance, which is really stupid because the People's Alliance is usually fairly severe about that kind of stuff. So that part is kind of stupid, in my opinion. just in general, that's stupid. And I'm sure CIG will try to make it work, but it's pretty weak. Everything else in here sounds great. Sounds just like what we've seen before. I do like the fact that how it's formatted. I didn't know about the Jinx Jin or Tree Sling either. That's pretty cool. The thing you got to know is that I will be doing a lore breakdown, a complete system survey of the system, released hopefully around the release of this. So I'll probably have to get it done within the next 2 weeks. I'm currently finishing up my ASD lore video, so that'll be out probably this weekend for Patreons and for my the Astro Historian members, but it'll be out next week for everybody else. So I've got like 4 videos in the pipe that'll be coming down here shortly. But yeah, that is the Traveler's Guide to Nyx. If you did enjoy that, make sure you hit that follow button, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. As always, thank you for watching, and please let me know down below if your thoughts on any of this, your thoughts on the Nyx system, if you like the Traveler's Guide or not. I'll try to link it in the description so you can go through it yourself. But like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. All right. Yeah, how do you miss a planet in your system being terraformed? Well, I mean, in the splash screen, they didn't miss it. They know that's going on. They're just not stopping it for whatever reason. Which is lame as shit. When you're the power of a system and you're just letting someone fuck with one of your planets. The thing is that they've even said in the past that Nyx is, or that Levki is intentionally highly regulated in terms of if you can live in Levki, because it's got so little resources. So they're desperately trying to make themselves self-sufficient by limiting the number of people who can actually live on Levki. You don't need that if you've got Nyx 1. No, they don't, because they're not the ones terraforming it. Just because the planet gets terraformed doesn't necessarily mean that they get to own it. If someone walked into your backyard, set up a fence, and built a shed, that's not your shed. Someone else built it. Just because you didn't stop them from building it doesn't mean that you didn't build it. And if you walked over and tried to start using the shed and they pulled out a shotgun and shot at you, who owns it? They do, because they have a gun and you don't. Now, if you also had a gun and shot them and then said, well, you built your shed on my fucking property, go fuck yourself, who's going to stop you? They're weaker than they even claimed in the fucking lore. That's the problem. But if they're that weak, then why didn't the UE just body check them? Why does the UE get concerned about regulating Levki, about respecting the People's Alliance when the fucking Vandul are attacking? They wouldn't get concerned. They'd send in a goddamn fleet and say, cool, this is ours now. Deal with it. Which they've done multiple times in the past. Anyone remember how Pyro was supposed to have sun flares? I got to experience that once. That's because engineering gets it in. The reason why sunflares don't happen is because they were waiting for engineering to actually work so they could shut down the ships. Maybe it's a matter of pride. No, it's stupid. The answer is it's stupid lore. It's bad writing trying to justify a decision that was made outside of the bubble of the narrative and the mission design teams that was forced upon them by the fact that management wanted to have the system be their testing ground for Genesis. So now they have to justify Genesis existing. By the way, that's what it's called. That's what this experimental terraforming is called. It's called the Genesis terraforming. And it's pretty clear. It's fairly clear that what's happened is that they weren't, the narrative team and the mission design team probably weren't told until very recently that Nyx 1 would be habitable. Like, I would say the last 3 months that they were told that this was going to happen. And so they had to completely come up with brand new lore to explain that. What did Kwepan do? If Genesis works on Nyx 1, why doesn't it work on Nyx 2? Well, that's actually been explained in lore for a long time. Smog worlds don't work. They've never figured out how to terraform smog worlds. That's why they haven't terraformed Venus. Oh, my bad. There you go. Now try Genesis. There you go.
Genesis.
But ironically, Nyx 2 is in the Goldilocks zone while Nyx 1 is not. I think Nyx 1 is still in the Goldilocks zone.
Genesis.
It just was coreless before. I think they've retconned it from not being a coreless war anymore, coreless world anymore, or that could be part of the Genesis to give it a core. Yeah, places like Venus to have an extra stage before you can do all the other terraforming steps, neutralizing all the toxic and caustic gases in the atmosphere, which would probably take longer than the other terraforming stages. According to the Star Citizen lore, they've tried to terraform Venus multiple times, and every time it fails. So they just stopped trying. Just like Star Trek, it used some of the nebula when Khan blew up. Yeah. Venus is in the Goldilocks zone. The reason why it's so hot is because of its pressure, because of the amount of because of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Like you'd have to remove a lot of the chemicals and other caustics from the atmosphere to cool Venus down. But because there is a thought that possibly at one point Venus was an Earth-like planet. And then something happened to cause a runaway effect of greenhouse gases, which then turned it into what we know as today as Venus. But it could have at one point even harbored life, is the thought. Isn't the UE gonna get involved with this vibrant, newly terraformed planet? I mean, probably. Thanks, Orion. So UE Tech doesn't have the sheer throughput to deal with the planet full of acid and atmosphere. As far as we know as well, UE terraforming technology is some of the best in the system. Some of the best, period. Hey, Zeno. Zero. I'm Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing? We're just talking about how Nyx 1 sucks. I hate Nyx 1. Nyx 1 is lazy as fuck, and their attempt to justify Nyx 1 is bad. It is what it is at this point. Unless CIG makes some amazing storyline about how Nyx 1 exists and, you know, really makes the story of Nyx 1 like the B plot for next year, then it's just going to always feel like, well, we made Genesis, so we decided to just not change the lore of the entire system so that we could still tell the stories, but also have this vibrant planet that just exists now.
Genesis?
It's okay, buddy. Sorry about that. Sorry to hear that, Zero. Should we start a petition to change the name of Paul's most favorite ship to Nyx 1? No, I mean, it's not impossible. It's not impossible for them to fix it. The easiest way to fix it is, like I said, to make the whole existence of Nyx 1 being terraformed a massive fucking point. It can't just be written off. It has to have a plot line around it. It has to have factions that are vying for it. There has to be some sort of conflict around it because it's brand new land. Like, human beings have been bludgeoning each other to death since the dawn of time for new land. Hell, in the Star Citizen universe, human beings have basically started wars with alien species for planets. Like, almost all of the conflict in human history in the Star Citizen universe is over terraformable worlds. It's one of the reasons why Synth World exists, is the idea that if we can make our own worlds, then we don't need to find habitable ones, so we don't have to fight anymore. Massive events over like a year. Yeah. They could also make it like 1% of the O2 that's humans need in the atmosphere, but then you also have the Kazi grazers and other wildlife that they're going to want to add. They're not going to do that. It has to be livable for humans and animals as well as plants. It's just going to make everyone's system non-unique. The reason to go, well, here's the thing. Of the rest of the planets in 1.0, there are already terraformed worlds. Like Castra has a terraformed world, but there's only 2 planets. There's Cascom and Bullseye. And then Terra has 2 terraformed worlds. The other 2 are mining planets, which kind of match with what Nyx already has and what Pyro has, and to a degree what Stanton has. But they have their own purpose. Nyx still has purpose, but this exists because of CIG's inability to control their own desires, their impulses. And their impulses is new tech, new shiny gets added to the game. And the thing is that most people don't give a fuck. Most Star Citizen fans could give 0 shits about Nyx 1. All they care about is that it's a habitable world that's going to be pretty and new with the new tech, and they can go build their homesteads on. That's all they give a shit about. Nyx 1 is essentially Stanton now. Why go anywhere else? Stanton is settled, though. So you go there for, like, resources. Not necessarily resources, but you go there for the shopping and stuff like that. Nyx 1 is sort of this untamed, settled, perfect world where you can go buy and settle, or, like, get land and settle there. Versus Pyro, which was probably going to have better resources, but it's going to be harder to live. It's sort of a less hellish pirate. Why you would settle in Stanton is because you don't have to fucking worry about your entire homestead getting blown up. You can build a tiny little home and no one can grief it. No one can blow it up because it's impervious to harm because of the shield tech. They couldn't even make terraforming fail, perhaps because they're using AI again. We know how that works, storyline right there. Yeah, but they want to keep the planet, like, vibrant for their storyline. It's their hero planet. Like, it's Jingle Keys. It's new shiny Jingle Keys. Look at this. This is cool, right? Which is fine for game and development, but it's sort of it takes the narrative that they were already building with Nyx and punches it in the kidneys. It sort of sucks all of the wind out of the, like, independent polity on the edge of human space that's scraping to get by. Yeah, they want to keep their cake and eat it too. Vibrant doesn't mean habitable for humans. We've already been over this, though, The Witcher. They want to have it for... They've already shown it off with the Kazi grazers. They're going to want to have a full ecosystem of animals. They're not going to have this brand new world that they just spent a lot of time and money investing into creating and not have both the old animals and the new animals. Not very Souls-like. They also didn't know any lore or that the game had lore. I mean, that's common because CIG doesn't give lore, really. I just don't know why they didn't use the new tech in Stanton.
Dem biddies.
Sig shitting all over their lore and concepts due to a lack of discipline and communication? Never.
Yes, Cosmic Grazers do need the same environment as humans do because they're from Terra, which is naturally habitable. I can tell you why they didn't use the new tech on Stanton, because Stanton has a bunch of pre-existing assets. So if they redesign, say, Microtech, then they would have a bunch of probably like outposts or bunkers or, you know, derelict outposts, which they would have to probably completely redo because they wouldn't work with the new systems, with the new Genesis. So it's likely a lot easier for them to just do a virgin world that has no facilities on it and use Genesis on that, and then go back when they get their like radial settlement system to develop that, and then redo Stanton so they can redo all of those bunkers and such. Watch more missions break because the bunkers cease to exist. Yeah, that's the problem. Talk about issues with pre-existing POIs. Yeah. To play devil advocate, though, history marches forward. The past Levki plus empty system is still there in the past. The future in the lore has a different dynamic and will have different issues. The problem, I don't have a problem with that. The problem I have is that CIG wants to tell the same story as what was already written in lore, without the consequences of a fully terraformed planet alongside it. Let me give an example, a good example of this.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Northern Trooper just resubscribed for 28 months, getting through the pub at home. Good stuff. And how did the charity raising go?
We raised $5,000 for charities. Thank you so much for that 28 months of support. You're very important, Papa. Very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So is Pyro 3. Pyro 3 is naturally habitable, but it's also in the way of fucking like gigantic hellstorms. Just because the solar flares are out now doesn't mean they're not coming back. They're not in because they don't have engineering in. That will always give it a unique flavor. The rush to fix the air purifiers isn't an emergency if they can just go live on Nix 1. The lack of resources to carefully manage their population doesn't matter if they can live on Nix 1. That's my problem. Yeah. What is superior, the story or the gameplay? In terms of like, what? Are you in terms of like Star Citizen? Neither. But they have to coexist. So the reality is that gameplay always trumps narrative. It's a video game. At the end of the day, that it has to be fun video game. Doesn't matter what the story is, it has to be a fun video game. The story has to support that narrative. The problem is that by the game supporting the narrative, you'd assume that the game would be fixed, like not fixed as in like working, but like as in static, at a certain point. Because once you've built out the gameplay materials and everything you need, you can then affix a story to it, a narrative to that frame to make it work so that they coincide with each other. Think Dark Souls. Dark Souls isn't really known for its deep lore, but it has a lot of interesting stories. That story is told through item descriptions and through environmental storytellings and a couple of cutscenes here and there. But Dark Souls wasn't created with those ideas in mind. It was created with gameplay in mind. But once they had the gameplay there, they could have fixed the story to it. Star Citizen has the different situation where it's not finished. So CIG can and will change things randomly because they can, because they have a better idea, because they have better technology, which means that the story of Star Citizen is always in flux, which is fine if the story of Star Citizen is changed along with it. The problem with this is that Nyx isn't changed. That the themes and narrative of Nyx are the same as they've always been. Let me put it to you this way. Nyx is like a remote island in the Pacific. Small, out of the way, but inhabited by very politically outrageous people. People who would absolutely rub like the United States the wrong way. But the United States doesn't deal with this problem, even if they're like, we're going to overthrow the United States, because they're a tiny island in the Pacific. They're not even sending out people to go do sabotage or anything like that. If anything, every time some like ne'er-do-wells get by, they actually like shoo them away or fight them off. So the United States just, it's not worth the resources. So now take that tiny island in the Pacific and give it oil. That's Nyx 1. Nyx 1 is oil in a tiny island in the Pacific. But they still, CIG still wants, the CIG still wants small, scrappy, you know, Levki and all of these People's Alliance to be dealing with, like, oh, we're going to deal with the maybe a buffer state against the Vanduul, and we're not going to really get it directly involved. It's like, there's fucking oil. Yeah, in this case, it would be like a buffer state against China. But it's got oil now. One guy put up a Fredonia flag on a tiny island in the South China Sea. Now that there's oil there, China took over the island and built a naval base on it. Yeah, that's my point. They can fight off Somali pilots all they want, but they're still coming for that oil. That's my point. Like, now there's a valuable resource that everyone wants. They're not going to be independent. But CIG still wants to tell that story of them struggling to be independent. In reality, the UEE, based off of their own actions, would have sent a fucking fleet. They would have said, congratulations, you're being protected. Do not resist. You're being liberated. Please do not resist. Maybe they won't, but they're not. They sent their fucking like Wagner group into the area to assist the PAL against the encroaching Vanduul. Yeah, it's literally right next to a former, slightly still active military base. Just because you have the power to see something and take it for yourself doesn't mean you can do it. For example, look at Russia and Ukraine. Yeah, but look at Russia and Ukraine. They're still fighting. Like, if this was to actually happen, there would be an active war between the People's Alliance and the UEE. There would be a guerrilla campaign. Levski would have been taken over by the UEE, but constantly bombed. Like, that's my point is that, like, there would be conflict. And it would be very difficult for tiny little People's Alliance of Levski to deal with the might of a superpower. Yeah, the thing is, the UEE has done it multiple times. They did it in Stanton. They did it in Nexus. Like, they came in, said, we want this system, fuck the rest of you, and just took it. I don't think the Vandal will supply Levski with Saint Javelin. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, what I mean is, how difficult would it be for them to add a narrative in the future where there could be a thing? UE decides the People's Alliance is no longer worth to keep the facade in order to ignore Nix 1. I mean, that could happen, but in practice, that would have already happened. Did they release Jump Point? The problem with your argument is basically relying on the UE to never have learned. The problem is that the story they're telling now is reliant on Nix being mostly inconsequential, but still a potential buffer state. The idea that Nix 1 is being experimentally terraformed is a big deal, and would almost certainly have the attention of the UEE beyond just the Vandal presence. Oh yeah, there is new Jump Point. When was this released? Interesting. It looks like, or it sounds like 4.4 is going to be a patch that's going to stick around for a bit. Oh, it's High Point Wilderness. High Point Wilderness is interesting, but it's sort of like an organization. GP was last week? Okay. On top of that, the idea that Nyx 1 is being terraformed by some random group we don't know about without the People's Alliance's input at all just doesn't seem reasonable. Because the People's Alliance have laid claim to Nyx forever. And the only way, some new experimentation, even like basic terraforming techniques would be applied to Nyx 1 would be through resupply through Levki. It's the only port in the system. There's no way they bypass Levki and the People's Alliance's control over the Glacium Ring with their experimental technology without getting checked by the PAL. The idea that they're so weak they can't stop this terraforming company, it's like, how the fuck are they going to stop the UEE? They're so weak they can't even stop a private company from just bullying their way in and just saying, fuck you, we're taking this planet now. How the fuck are they going to stop the UEE? Yeah, and they also have to deal with the Dead Saints, the Moraine, the Shattered Blade, and the Vandul. Plus also the No, they're not going to be a patch. There's not going to be a 4.4.1 this year. 4.4 is going to be releasing in a couple of weeks, and then there's not going to be a patch in December. It's likely that 4.4.1 is going to be either a January or a February patch. Then how do you explain the other faction that keeps fighting the Vandul? How do they get supplied? The way that they get supplied is they steal the Vandul tech. They've been being paid for by ASD, and they've been working out of the remote, abandoned QV Planet Services stations. So scattered throughout the ring. And they are really functioning because the PAL knows about them. That's why they have people going out there to deal with it. People have been bypassing Levki all the time when they go through Nyx. But it's when you're going through Nyx. Really what the Shattered Blade is doing is going to Virgil, fighting a bunch of Vandul, coming back to an abandoned station to use it as a hub to then transport it out of the system. That is completely different from terraforming a fucking planet. One is a small smuggling operation. The other one is geocrafting. It's terraforming a fucking planet. And why is your theory relies only that one asteroid belt being the only place that can be supplied? What are you talking about, Lieutenant? Look, do you not hear what I just said? Terraforming a fucking planet. How'd they stay out of the gun sights of the Measures back in the day? They mostly kept the pirates and other kind of scallywags out of the system. If they caught smugglers or pirates in their system, they would throw them out. Yeah, we're not talking about a single rocket being fired into the atmosphere of Nix 1 and functioning. That would be revolutionary. Like, unbelievably revolutionary in terraforming. Terraforming can take decades, depending on which planet and that kind of stuff. But it requires extensive infrastructure. No, ASD is still active. There's still an active one. I mean, what do we know about Genesis and if it only relies on a single building on the planet and that's it? That would be absolutely revolutionary, and there would be no fucking way the UEE wouldn't be involved in something that is so technologically advanced. Also, Measures didn't bother with resources because back then the lore had no resources there. Well, there's some easy answers for the gold rush, which is just back before now, mining was difficult to do. In the last 100 years or so, there's been a revolution in mining in terms of small scale mining, allowing for small scale people like when pioneers and such and golems. Before that, it was required these big, extensive or heavily modified ships to function. Now we have better shield technology and better mining technology than we've ever had. So access to these resources is easier to do. Well, I mean, what do we know about Genesis? We know nothing. Well, maybe the old technology, maybe it's now new technology. And that's why the UE's waiting to see how it turns out. The problem is that logically, if it's new technology and it's revolutionary to the point where it requires like a single building to terraform an entire planet, that would 100% be funded by the UEE, especially since the Imperator herself is all about that shit. Like, that is her fucking thing. She is all about new technology and improvement. Like, that is her thing. So either this is super revolutionary and it makes no goddamn sense that the government wouldn't be involved in it, or it's old and it makes no sense. It's newer technology, but it's still, difficult. And it would require a lot of resources to be transported. That's my problem. There's just no logical way this makes sense without the PAL being involved directly. And according to their own newspaper, they're not involved. If Lore Team's taking notes, the answer is the fucking PAL is involved. They negotiated a deal with this company as part of like a lease sharing agreement. It's the simplest answer. It makes sense because they've been struggling with trying to improve their own likelihood, their own living conditions, and Nix 1 allows for a massive improvement to that. It's a simple fix. Of course, the People's Alliance would be involved. It's their fucking system. To be fair, she's not actually the most competent, but she's been shoveling money into the Second Life Initiative, like stupid amounts of money into the Second Life Initiative. And if she's willing to shovel stupid amounts of money into the Second Life Initiative, she's not going to throw a few bucks towards a highly experimental, highly advanced experimental terraforming, Shoveling so much money, she had no idea where it went. Yeah, like, that's what I mean. She was giving, like, ASD money to test weapons under the Second Life Initiative. Like, I'll pull this back up again. If it fails, it's the PAL fault, but the PAL's not involved. Look, that's the problem. This is actually still the Levki theme. It's just got a new rendition to it. The reason why they added this whole thing is because people were questioning, why do you have a paradise world? Why would people still be living in a rock? This is a response, not a thought out. This is not a well-reasoned, like, story written, designed for story. This is a response to people pointing out the problems with the writing. That's what this is. And that's the reason why it's bad. This is them firefighting the fucking fiction when they should be planning ahead. Yeah, but she was only able to shovel money like that because of the regen crisis. She got called out hard for doing that, so I don't think this happens like that normally. No, but in comparison, hundreds of companies trying to solve this big problem for humanity versus one tiny little startup. Yeah, I think that little tiny little startup would be pretty much a blip in the UEE budget, but they would definitely pay attention to it. Thank you, Brick. That's the beauty. If it fails, then it's the company's fault, and PA can be pissed. It just works to get the reward, just like the Bremen way thing. Well, what about if they were funded? If they're funded, about if they're willing to see if it's actually successful before they claim player for it. Imagine the UEE claimed cleared foot only for it to what? Well, what about if they funded? What about if they were willing to see if it actually successful before they claim player? Did you have a stroke halfway through that, Lieutenant? The problem is it's a live service game in an alpha, yeah. And again, I have no problem with them changing the story. I mean, what proof do we have that then the newspaper was actually true? Maybe behind the scenes people are charged, don't know anything about it because they were paid to say nothing. That's not really how the People's Alliance works. They are surprisingly shitty. Like, they're shitty. They're surprisingly naive. Go down here. Here, I'll pull it up. So this is from their own. This is from their own newspaper, the Vox Populi. Nascent oceans and atmosphere now present. Despite not bothering to seek permission from the People's Alliance to test their experimental technology in our system, the change that Genesis Terraforming has wrought upon Nyx, Nyx's one formerly harsh surface, is in such a short timeline, is undeniable. Could this be the dawn of a new home for our people? So we know that, I think that Genesis Terraforming is the name of the company that's doing it. What I was saying is, what happens if 10 years the planet explodes? Wouldn't it be better to wait 10 years before the claim credit? Again, tiny Pacific island in oil. Are you going to let somebody else try to get that oil? Or are you going to try to claim it yourself? That oil could dry up immediately, but it's oil. Were you willing to let your political rivals show up and try to take that oil? Probably not. You're going to want to try to stake a claim real quick. This reads like a provocative paper, not a mouthpiece of the local government. Not really. The local government isn't really. All right, to explain the People's Alliance, they believe everyone has a voice, and everyone's voice must be respected. They believe that everyone should have a say in everything that's done. Space commies, basically. Well, your theory, what other country would claim it? The Vandul. Pirates. People from Pyro. Other groups like the Moraine. The Shattered Blade. I forgot the name of them. You mentioned them earlier, Del. The other pirate group that's in there. There are multiple powerful companies. This is a experimental terraforming. Your message. Let's see. I'd want to make a world that has no life. The air is not fully human compatible without a mask. They don't want to do that, though. Are you saying the corporation, with the internal cohesion of a big bag of gas, is being short-sighted in their decision, communicating poorly with their own departments, and herring off on dumbass ideas? Perish the thought. Perseus is good, yes. What if the experimental terraforming turns out to be a natural disaster machine later down the road? What happens if the oil on that small Pacific island, there happens to be a natural disaster that the entire oil facility explodes? Does that stop you from producing oil? In the sense of that island, in a modern example of that, using that example as the island, China, any other local government that might be interested in that oil. In the UAE, those would be the local groups that are vying for power in Nyx, plus any other group that might come in, like the Vandul, to take over. Would be a lot easier to control people from behind the scenes to see how Genesis actually works. But they actively hate the UEE in Nyx. It's not a subtle thing. They fucking hate the UEE. The UEE going, oh, we're going to puppet these people behind the scenes. They can't. Because these people believe that the UEE is doing that shit already. I think CIG is living free in your head over this. No, I'm just arguing with somebody who just won't say no. who's trying to come up with every excuse to say that CIG isn't fucking this up. And I think we're just arguing in circles, because my point is that there is no logical reason in terms of simple storytelling for them to do the way what they're doing. It is clear they were reacting to the change rather than proactively planning for this change. And that is going to make this one of the most ham-fisted additions to Star Citizen narrative that they've ever done. How badly could the UE steamroll Nyx for this tech if they really wanted to? They probably wouldn't even need a quarter of a fleet. Like one task force. Nyx is tiny. And I should say Levki is tiny. Yeah, Diego Garcia is a great example. By ham fisted, you mean using a leg of ham as a hammer? I mean, kinda. Chat just knows they can rile you up with Nyx 1. Imagine if your students get the power of Nyx 1. Nah, we were asking for it before. I just don't like where CIG is going with this. I do think that they can fix it. I don't think they can make it ever good, but they can make it palatable. And they just still have been dragging their faces along the ground for this. I still point out CitizenCon where they contradicted themselves in their next presentation. Your example of the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. I think what happened, and I'll go over this one more time before I go to the monthly report, is the narrative, because I don't think it's just the narrative team. I think it's the mission design team, the economy team, all the people who've been doing all of the sort of stories and missions that we've been having this year. They've been working together pretty well over the last, year or so to develop this sort of pacing, and they've gotten better with it as they went along. And these teams likely took a look at Nyx and said, all right, well, this is what we know about Nyx, and this is what we're going to go forward, so let's tell the story. And so they sat down and gave this full interview. All these people give their full interviews with Jared, and then probably like a month after they gave all these interviews, CIG decided that they were going to pull the trigger with Genesis and put Genesis in Nyx. So likely the narrative team found out shortly before we did that they were going to change Nyx 1. And so now they're trying to scramble to justify a terraformed world. How big is Nyx's population? Not that big. They keep Levski's population pretty controlled because they don't know how much they want to keep themselves. They want to make themselves self-sufficient, but that means they can't have a huge population. So they kind of don't allow outsiders to live in Levki for very long. You can stay there, but you can't like live there. Narrative probably doesn't like it either, but when your boss says something, what are you going to do? I know. Hey, Wuxley. How you doing? Wuxty. Wuxtree. Are we still following the pattern of the UEs and the Roman Empire in decline? Yeah, kind of. It's just an empire in decline. They should have just held Genesis for Castro, is what they should have done. Singapore numbers? Probably a little bit less. I mean, it could be possible that they all knew the Genesis was coming in months ago, and they just simply now fixing the story issue. That's not what it sounded like in the CitizenCon. CitizenCon Direct seemed to be very clear The system was there were no terraformed worlds. The system was abandoned. They painted a picture of a system that works exactly like the lore of the system was going to be originally. That didn't sound like this whole Genesis thing. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm fighting with you. The problem is that I get you're trying to debate, but I'm trying to run a stream, and I can't just keep going in circles with it. I think I'm far more excited for Sherman than Levski. I'm excited for Levski, but just because it's my home. Good man. Busting out these Polari missions so I can live in the PTU this weekend. God, I still haven't finished part 1 and part 2 missions. I fucking don't want to do those either. They should just let Levski Nix 1, use it for development and then teleport later. No lore back. They should have done that, but they're not. The new Levski is amazing. It feels like we're actually in space. Star System has too many planets. Yeah. Yeah, like the first half of CitizenCon Direct is old lore. Then they talk about Nix 1, and it's just sort of like, what? How would you retcon it if you're trying to fit it in? We're doing some parts of it right now. The difference is that I wouldn't have it not be known by the People's Alliance that Genesis Terraforming is doing this. They would have worked with Genesis Terraforming to terraform Nix 1 as part of a deal. As sort of a collaboration between the People's Alliance and Genesis Terraforming so that Genesis Terraforming has a planet that is not within the regulations of the UAE, who would definitely not let them experiment on a random planet in the UAE. The People's Alliance gets a livable Nix 1. So Genesis gets to use Levski as a staging ground for their terraforming process, and also a proof of concept that they can use to show off, so they can try to get, show off their new terraforming technology. The People's Alliance gets a brand new world. And there's plenty of stories you can tell with that. Maybe Genesis Terraforming fucks them over in the process and tries to steal the planet from them and claim ownership of it, and tries to get the UEE to recognize them as the rightful owners of Nix 1 to try to get the UEE to stiff arm their way in there. And UEE doesn't want to because they don't want to deal with the quagmire of trying to go into Nix, especially after Nix 1 is successful. And with the Vandul nearby. Or they could do some corruption, where like some members of the People's Alliance are like secretly trying to split off and form a splinter group, or other groups like the Moraine are getting involved in attacking ships going to help terraform the world, and you have to support the People's Alliance to stop those things from happening. We can talk about should have and if they had and the like, but all we can do is wait and see what they do. We have no control over it at all, regardless of how many sensible means and reconcile everything they come up with. We only hope CIG comes with similar ideas to work. Levski should be mining a rare mineral that Genesis Corp needs for process. Not even that. They just have the base facilities there. They have all of the facilities they need to use, so they could just loan them for the facilities while they're doing this terraforming. All right, I've been streaming for too long. I'm gonna get some water, and then we're gonna do the monthly report. What if the story is the People Alliance going to split into a civil war? That would work, but like, That's not what it sounds like. It's making this People's Alliance sound like a bunch of bitches, which doesn't fit with the lore that they want to tell them of. They're the like only lawful area. They're the only like gig in town that protects the system. And yeah, they may not be perfect and they may be stretched thin here and there, but like that's the reason why the UE hasn't come in guns blazing, because it's just a lot of work for not a lot of effort. The juice ain't worth the squeeze. But this makes them look like a bunch of bitches. Easily pushed over. A small experimental corporation could get away with this. Like, the PAL has controlled Nyx for 300 to 400 years. Yeah, we heard about the GTA 6. Basically, my point is that I don't think CIG's handling this correctly. I think they're responding to the issues, or like they're reacting rather than being proactive in their planning. And I'd love to be proven wrong. I'd love for CIG to come out with an amazing narrative as to what's going on with Genesis terraforming and the PAL and Nyx 1, but like I just don't see it. Not with what they've given me so far. Oh, GTA 6 is releasing in November of 2026, like November 27th, 2026. Which is a big problem for Star Citizen. All right, I'm going to get some water, and we're going to do the monthly report. Ugh.
Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
Genesis.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
Genesis.
Good news, everyone!
Everybody and his dog calls himself an
I'm
outlaw.
Fly. I'm Pilot.
Okay. My bad. Good thing. Try it again. Oh. Hello. Welcome back to another Office Hours capsule. That's right. Capsule. This is a small segment of my Office Hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub live at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Love to have you come join chat here as we discuss Star Citizen lore, news, and more. We spent a long time talking about the updates to the Perseus. We looked at a little bit of the IAE schedule today. We discussed a lot about my problems with Nix 1. And then we did another segment on the Traveler's Guide to the Galaxy with Nix. But right now, we're going to look at the PU monthly report for October of 2025. So, without any further ado, let's get started. Now, here's the deal. This is not a just summary of the monthly report. What I do is I do a full read through of everything that's been posted, and I give some commentary and context for things that have been done in the past. So let's get started with the AI content. In October, the narrative and social AI team supported several initiatives for the upcoming Alpha 4.4 patch, including landing zone fixes. While technical issues prevented the complete implementation of these updates, they will be added in a future patch. As unveiled at CitizenCon Direct, the team supported social AI setup for Levki. They also captured and supported setup for additional voice packs to support future social and mission content. Discussions with the combat AI team kicked off combat voice packs, with the plan to capture new ones in the upcoming year based off the latest version of behavior. The goal with this new approach is to consolidate FPS and dogfighting triggers while specializing recordings to focus on specific groups. Oh, neat. They've been talking about that for a while, where they're going to do specific voice calls for very specific organizations. So, like, the Nine Tails shouting at you is going to be different from the Headhunters shouting at you, which will be different from the CFP shouting at you, and so on. So, there'll be some variety in the voice packs. YouTube trying to tell me that I'm muted. No, I know I'm not muted. AI features. Last month, AI features continued to iterate on the first reaction and usable animations, in particular, those items that were being carried. They also fixed crashes relating to human combat, changed how NPCs are scanned and how they react. Accuracy calculations were simplified, while the values used to tweak them are now easier to understand. This will also include a fix to the fire rate of burst and single-shot weapons. Numerous bugs were fixed for the Euromandi, including those introduced by the late-in-the-day action refining and implementing of arena reset functionality. The team also supported serialization of the skill extenders and began to support the early design considerations for a boss variant. The Euromandi's animation was also vastly improved, including the beam, bite, death, and emergence sequences. The timing, posing, and blending of attacks were enhanced to feel more natural and threatening. Technical and visual bugs were also addressed, such as the weak spots, jitters, and animation playbacks. AI tech. The AI team made improvements to navigation mesh generation, including the generation algorithm. They also updated navigation links specifically to the traversal behavior when NPCs go through manual doors, elevators, and interruptibles. The team then implemented the first working version of the flight pathfinder through the voxel grid. The first pass on the system that manages AI agent scripting in the flow graph was completed. This enforces the validation of the action sequence to ensure the correct execution context is set in the systemic activities, providing a more reliable way to manually script agents and an extra guarantee that actions are validated and executed correctly. This included work on critical flow mode for AI agents as well. While in this mode, failures in action execution are still reported as errors, but can be handled with fallbacks, allowing for the flow to proceed instead of failing to potentially stalling. They've been working with flying through voxel grids, trying to voxelize, I think, the space, but I don't remember if that's the case or not. AI Game Intelligence Development Team. In October 2025, the Game Intelligence Development Team worked towards the next milestone of Mission System V2, focusing on implementing outline properties, the first pass of a prototype property window for selecting an outline item. They also continued implementing the outline declaration, which is based on a declarative system where the designers first declare the resource that will be needed for the mission and the context in which it will be used. For example, resources global to the mission that are first declared. The GID team then elaborated on the preliminary technical design for the entity scripting topic. Furthermore, they fixed issues with the Apollo tool, allowing them to continue debugging StarScript. The devs are currently analyzing Mannequin to propose UI visuals to improve reading and simplify the overall use of the tool. Finally, bugs were fixed and new features were worked on for StarScript, as suggested by designers. Animation worked on the Euromandi through October alongside improvements to the Copian. They also discussed dog capture with animal trainers. We get a dog again. Nice. Fun fact, there is a dog in Squadron 42 that you can pet, but I don't think they fully mocap the dog. Last month saw a major push with the facial animation team to complete the new content for Alpha 4.4. This included new animations for returning ATC character mentioned in September's report. Elwin, I think is his name. At the start of the month, the team attended another shoot with the narrative and motion capture. Elson, thank you. Narrative and motion capture teams. This time they captured content for new mission givers, as well as multiple voice packs for NPCs throughout the Nix system. These will be released as part of Alpha 4.4 through the mission giver, though the mission giver will not appear into the future patch. New mission giver. I hope it's not the returning one, but that's interesting. Art characters. The character art team finalized various armors for a new gang in-game and in-game rewards, and progressed with a new heavy armor and clothing items. The concept art team finalized handoff sheets and began exploring directions for a new gang. Art ships. The UK and ships team supported the release of the Anvil Paladin, Asperia Stinger, and Grey's Market Shiv at CitizenCon Direct. Work on the Aegis Hammerhead and RSI Aurora continued to bring them up to modern standards. For the Hammerhead, design are currently setting up the revisions, including the addition of the blast doors throughout the corridors and updated component placement. The Aurora is currently awaiting downstream support, particularly for audio and VFX, as these feature some of the oldest in-game assets. So yeah, the Aurora was basically done last month. All of the technical stuff was done that actually added specific what are they called? Component base and such. So I guess just waiting for the audio stuff. Audio and VFX. The Hull B is currently being prepared for its white box review, with the final touches being made to ensure that it hits required functionality criteria. That's going pretty fast. Hull B might actually be out in early next year. Both Drake Ironclad models and command module progressed well into gray box, with geometry and lighting updates to the modular kits helping to the interior tone throughout. So it's heading through gray box, which means it's probably within another 2 or 3 months. Remember that most of January is empty, so if they get through, and then like half of December is there. Basically, December and January are 1 month because about half of December is gone and about half of January is gone. So if we count that as a month and November as a month, they're probably going to finish it around March, would be my guess, is where we get close to being finished. So we'll see. 4 unannounced ships progressed through October. The first is on track with its final review in early November, while the second is art complete and currently with the downstream teams. The third is an upcoming variant past its Laud 0 review. Following this, the downstream team begins to pick up their tasks ahead of its final review. Art was also completed for an all-new ship before it continued down the pipeline, with paints being created alongside a full pass from QA. Another new vehicle, the Greycat UTV, which was briefly shown on the introduction of the STV, entered its white box phase. Wow, that's just now entering white box? Finally, for the UK team, pre-production kicked off on the Anvil Liberator, which is going to be the title of this one because people have been waiting for the Liberator forever. This phase is before official production begins and aims to get a solid base for the wider team to use for further estimation and concept requests to aid in smoother delivery. Basically, they're probably going to get some reconcepts. It's probably going to get they're going to take a look at what they have and see if it works. The North American team progressed with 2 unannounced vehicles. One is currently with downstream teams for closeout ahead of its final review, while the second is approaching its gray box review in early November. Elsewhere, the RSI Perseus had a large-scale developer and QA playtest this month to check its robustness and intent in combat, which was a great success. White box work continued on the Drake Kraken, with more developers moving onto as other projects are completed. So that's a North American ship team thing. Neat. October began the return of the Day of the Vara and the Versus Spirited Fall event, which the community team supported with the informative thread and a pair of creepy contests. Players were invited to create ghastly guards for pumpkin decorating contest and unveil a mystery of the Vara with the horror story contest. This is where I was. I was the host of this one. Austin, Salt Lake City, San Jose, Scottsdale, Washington, D.C., Switzerland, Leicestershire, Spain, and France, and Paris. Outside the Louvre. That's nice. After months of careful planning and working closely with the community organizers, one of Star Citizen's biggest events of the year finally arrived, CitizenCon Direct, which kicked off on October 11th. In the lead up to the big show, the community team showcased the winners of the recent video contest, airing the creative commercials just prior to the official broadcast. The team also supported CitizenCon Direct both during and after the show by helping coordinate watch parties, as well as through the social media by publishing a Q&A for the new Anvil Paladin and Asperia Stinger. I want to give a huge thank you to those who made the CitizenCon Direct special, whether you gathered at watch parties, organized events by our community, or tuned in from home or YouTube. You made it a day to remember. Community team. Less Tissure. Okay. Star Citizen Alpha 432 Fractured Frontiers released in the PU last month. And the community team published a patch watch post about the structural salvage update in preparation for the changes the patch would bring. They further supported the release of the helpful guide with the Frontier Fighters finale and a catch-all thread. As with every release, the team continues to coordinate across multiple aspects of development, ensuring player feedback from Spectrum and social media reach the appropriate channels. Additionally, community published the September PU monthly report and 2026 buyback token schedule, and continued their evergreen tasks, including This Week in Star Citizen, the roadmap update and roundup, and the Arena Commander schedule update, and detailed feedback collection, analysis, and distribution. Finally, in the preparation for the arrival of the Nyx system in Alpha 4.4, the team prepared a Traveler's Guide to Nyx to close out the month. Core gameplay. Wow, this is pretty short. The core gameplay team pushed forward with the inventory revamp. This involved working on equipment area where players can add weapons, mods, and equipment, including tractor beams and medical guns. We're bringing back the ability to have 2 weapons stored on your back while you hold a 3rd one in your hand. Ooh, stand up, stand up, stand up. Standing ovation. Core gameplay team. The team also worked on different inventory tabs and floating item slots, and kicked off the early stages of capital ship repair, rearm, and refueling. This involved getting started on technical documentation to properly break down the necessary tasks. So it sounds like core gameplay is pretty much done. There's been a lot of, for the year, there's been a lot of people suddenly going on to Ask a Dev and answering questions. So I'm assuming that there's a lot of folks who are wrapping up all of their work for the year. They're just sort of waiting to see if they need help with 4.4, and of course, hot fixes that'll come afterwards. But they're probably just going to call it early. Economy. The team spent last month building the economy of Nyx and giving the system character. As part of this, mining, refining, and shops received passes to ensure the right story is told through the balance of numbers. For freelance cargo trading, besides the usual changes and new trade routes, the team worked on a journal entry to steer players to the right direction and give insight into how they think about trading. They gotta change. The journal sucks. It sucks so hard. They need to get something better. Several missions were adjusted based on the salvage career developments. For example, missions should now spawn ships that give fairer rewards for the buy-in time and effort invested. Following positive feedback on the faction completion missions, the team provided support for new missions and events currently in production. At the same time, they continued looking to ways to incentivize cooperative gameplay. Graphics, VFX programming, and planet tech. Following the preview channel testing of Vulkan, the graphics team fixed many performance issues, the vast majority of which were caused by running out of video memory. With Vulkan, all memory is managed manually by the game rather than the driver. In Engine, there were several features that didn't have a memory cap or correctly report their extended memory usage. This meant that, in the graphics option menu, a lower video memory usage was reported than the reality. And once players ran out, performance declined significantly. Most of these issues were addressed. However, video memory usage is still higher than desired, so several optimizations are underway to address it. Alongside Vulkan, the team's other major PU initiative is the planet tech aspect of Genesis. While this is still ongoing, the devs are starting to achieve the desired visual quality in a variety of areas, as demonstrated at CitizenCon Direct. In parallel, there are several in-progress systems that will bring performance and memory usage to the desired level. Mission design. The mission design worked on the recent limited time event, the Frontier Fighters finale. This included missions in Pyro and Stanton, along with the changes in tracking tech introduced in the Resource Drive event, which allows players to contribute to phases of contracts and earn rewards. The team also completed a major loot refresh, with the devs updating the UGF and distribution centers to give greater future control and bring them up to par with the current design. This is something missions and level design will continue to update each time they use older locations. The devs also added several more locations, including the space-based ship graveyard, which was updated to support the ship ambush archetype. Additional ship graveyards and UGFs were added to generate more missions, supporting increased player cap and new players. Oh, neat. So we're getting a new sort of outside of... Right now, we just have, for like ambushes and stuff, we just have mining facilities. Now they're adding a ship graveyard to that setup. And new bunkers? Underground facilities? Interesting. Maybe based on the ASD facility? The mission team also completed their work on Accept from World feature. This will allow players to accept missions from physical items in the verse, instead of just having to use the contract broker. Wicklows Emporium is the test case for this. This will enable missions outside of mission providers to improve immersion. So you pick up a vase, and that vase will give you a mission. For example, it could enable physical job boards offering a mission around a specific location. Oh, that's neat too. The team also set up a new courier tech at existing locations to make them more robust when they go online. The missions in Pyro were the first step to testing the system. That's the one where you can kind of like pick up a box from one place and deliver to another on the same station. Work also progressed on the features shown at CitizenCon Direct. System-to-system hauling progressed well, with the devs adding new missions that will require players to take items between star systems. These missions will expand the hauling career until Reputation V2 is implemented. Some existing missions will move over to the Nyx system with the new narrative elements. while older content will return, including missing person, black box recovery, and retrieve cargo. The upcoming Welcome to Mix mission progressed well too. Finally, a design review was done for Siege of Orison, with the team looking at player feedback and seeing how to improve the event to support instancing. Narrative. Last month, the narrative team focused on the final preparations for the release of Nyx. Since Levki is the first added to the Santon system years ago, we have eagerly been awaiting the egalitarian society settling into its proper place amongst the stars. We have been coordinating with design to not only on featured missions shown off at CitizenCon, but dozens of other contracts that will become available to players once they enter the system. Narrative team. Narrative also work alongside branding and environment art to create unique environment storytelling and signage throughout new locations. The team spent time with several future initiatives that will be coming later in patches alongside planning for next year's new content. Finally, members of the narrative team attended CitizenCon watch party in Leon, Spain, where they were thrilled to have met so many wonderful people to support the project. Online technology. October saw the online services team progress with item recovery T1 and the early stages of instancing. They also finalized stow context and fixed bugs. With error reporting pipeline currently live on staging, the Live Tools team spent time making the final review adjustments. Deployment to production scheduled for November alongside initial release of the new web app tool. Okay. This will allow teams to create and update and delete crash ownership rules based on the stream where the crash occurred. For Hex, the audit logs feature is fully implemented and is set for deployment in December. The devs are currently monitoring recent changes into item recovery and the new contract service, with the goal of integrating the updates to the Network Operations Center. The network team progressed towards the first iteration of their new server meshing technology, which will be moving into initial testing in early November. While players will not experience significant changes, this is an important first step for laying the groundwork towards dynamic server meshing. I'll get to you here in a moment, Rally Gamer. Rally Gunner, hold on. Almost there. Wow. This is the first time we've had a huge R&D update. In October, the R&D team worked on engine optimizations that will eventually make its way into the PU. For example, the bit field decompress of animation key data was optimized using the CPU's SSE instruction set. Tangent reconstruction was also optimized to reduce need for runtime allocations and execute faster. Strings embedded in the model animation headers were replaced with name table entities to allow cheap, shallow copies that don't trigger excessive runtime allocations. For rendering, material constant updates processing was improved, while related internal structures were optimized to cut down on memory cost. Solving dozens of megabytes of system memory. Gas Cloud Light updates were refactored to remove the need for temporary memory allocations, which often introduce intermittent stutter and to significantly optimize CPU processing cost. Several key optimizations were implemented to cut down on the number of draw calls, as well as the number of vertices being sent to the vertex shader each frame, resulting in triangles outside the current viewport. The first batch of updates relates to the submission of casters in shadow map render passes. This will generate a more efficient hull to cull sunlight shadow casters during the shadow map rendering. This helps with the shadow rendering costs on planets, culling hundreds of unnecessary draw calls at the high level and avoids rendering of millions of irrelevant triangles. Hull culling was also implemented for shadow casting of point projector and area lights. As above, this helps with indoor areas with many local lights, cutting down both the CPU and GPU processing cost. The team also added a support for hull culling in the cube map and static shadow map gen passes. They also implemented a projected pixel area estimator to cull objects if the projected area of their bounds is below a configurable pixel threshold. The second batch of optimizations concerned the sub-object culling of complex meshes to reduce draw call and poly count in general shadow passes. Previously, the engine aimed to merge complex meshes as much as possible, taking material boundaries into account. This helped reduce draw call counts massively, but also meant that a lot of subparts were processed by the GPU. even if they were outside the current viewport. This new approach tests visibility of the subparts first and then uses the heuristic approach to decide whether to render the merged mesh or its individual subparts. While this is slightly increased draw call count, it saves processing tens of millions of triangles by the GPU when many shadow casting lights are active in dense scenes, such as indoors. Lastly, 4 megabytes of video memory was saved for the planet terrain height map render target. Some of these optimizations were added to the Star Citizen Alpha streams and will be available in the PU. Others appear in the next Squadron 42 to Star Citizen integration. Various smaller optimizations were also implemented to improve runtime performance and memory allocation and load times. VFX. VFX supported all the game's upcoming vehicles, with some standouts being the Shiv and the Stinger. Yormandi was a huge achievement for the VFX team. In particular, the beam attack and body emissions require additional care to bring them up to quality. All right. So, in summary, there's a huge amount of R&D stuff. I don't understand any of what they... Oh, we sort of a little bit of what R&D was saying. But we've had basically no R&D posting at all until now. Which means whatever they were really working on, they're really drilling down on, they're done. Then maybe all the things that we're talking about. Narrative, talking about setting up stuff for 4.4. A lot of this stuff is heavily focused on 4.4. It sounded like the mission design team is really pumping on all gears now. They're firing on all cylinders, getting through. A bunch of new stuff like new UGF's mission ship graveyard. Now a location for ambushes. Vulcan was being updated after its test to kind of fix some problems, and the reason why I haven't seen Vulcan being tested again is because they're trying to chase down a little bit more of a memory issue. The economy, they're working on Nyx. The core gameplay, they're working on the inventory revamp. That's about it. And they're going to bring back the ability for you to carry the whole day gun in your hand while you have 2 guns stored. Community was doing all the community stuff. Ships. Whew, let me count them. There's the Aurora and the Hammerhead, which are being reworked. There's the Hull B. There's the 2 Ironclads. There's 4 unannounced ships. 1 is being released soon. 2nd is art complete waiting for downstream teams. 3rd is a variant which passes at Lot 0 review. Then there's, following this, the downstream team begins working the task on the final review. Art completed an all-new ship before it continued down pipeline. So there's like 2 brand new ships. A new vehicle, the UTV, the Anvil Liberator, the Perseus, the Kraken. There's 14 ships in development right now. It's insane. Oh, no, 16 ships, because there's also 2 unannounced vehicles from the North American team. Lots of exciting stuff coming in there. Lots of new gangs. We're getting new clothing and new armor for gangs. Some new, we're seeing Elson come back with NPCs. And then a lot of AI stuff, a lot of like updates to boss, maybe a new boss level, or new boss behavior, new tech for moving around, new voice lines and wild lines being added. So yeah, lots of cool stuff, but mostly focused on Nyx and 4.4. Now this is probably going to be the last monthly report of the year. I'll probably put out a couple more videos here and there over the next couple of weeks towards the end of the year, including more of my ship review videos as we come towards the end. But if you're really looking forward to more information about Nyx and the upcoming stuff, I will be doing my famous lore tours on youtube.com/theastrohistorian. And I will also be doing I'll be releasing a bunch of videos. I've got a compilation video that I'm releasing on the ships, the UE Navy. I'm releasing a video. I'm wrapping up on ASD, the history of ASD and Dr. Yorit and all those facilities in game. And then I also have a video that I'm working on for the Perseus and a system survey for Nyx. So We got a lot of stuff, a lot of content coming to you in the next couple of weeks. So keep your eye there. Make sure you subscribe to both of those channels. If you did enjoy this, make sure you like the video, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. And as always, if you did enjoy this, let me know down below. If you have any questions or comments or concerns, let me down below. What do you think? Do you think CIG is setting well? How's your experience with Nyx? What are you looking forward to with all those ships? When do you think the Liberator is coming out? You know, any of that and more down below. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. The raw image is inside the interior of the ironclad. Oh, is it? Oh, it is. Someone was asking earlier, Rally Gunner. Paul, hey Paul, I hope you're well. I was just wondering what the times will be doing your expo tours. I'll be posting those on the Astro Historian YouTube. I'll also be posting them on my Discord. But generally speaking, I'll be doing most of them at noon to 1. The only one that I'm not going to be doing at noon to 1 is RSI. I'll be doing that probably just before I do the office hours. So that'll take place on the 20th. And the 21st, I'll probably not do the next one after that until the 22nd. And I'll probably do a chasing after that. But we'll see. So how did you manage to make your audio so clear for that recording? I feel like it makes the fix and my curiosity is killing me. I didn't record. What I did is Twitch has this wonderful thing called markers. So I added a marker at the beginning of where I would be recording and a marker at the end of when I would be recording. And then I'm going to use those markers later, download the VOD from YouTube, and use those markers to snip out the sections. And then I'm going to put them in an editing software and submit them through. Paul, could you guess that YouTube is excited for the Liberator? Well, I mean, they talked about how they're kicking off the their design documents specifically for capital ship refuel and rearm. Like, that feels like a discussion for the Liberator, because Liberator is set up with the modern 1.0 release of Star Citizen. Its new role seems to be pocket carrier rather than transport. Let's finally meet another Liberator fan. Are you kidding me? Velocity never shuts the fuck up about it. This is where everyone regrets not picking up a CCU. Well, you can pick up a CCU at IAE. I wish they called something other than pre-production. I know what they mean, but it should have been in production years ago. Well, I'm glad they actually haven't. It hasn't been in production, mostly because it's one of those ships that's role has changed significantly since it was proposed. Kind of like how the Apollo has technically the space to put in a drone, but it lost its drone. It's because the drone is not really cohesive with the current medical gameplay. And the original concept of the Liberator is to be part dropship, part carrier, but not carrier as in like flying off for combat, but more like transport from point A to point B. It's a ferry ship. It's a shipping ship. I think the new context is assault carrier. Like miniature assault carrier. I know the game is changing over time and all that, but I really have a hard time seeing a use for pocket carriers in general. A station at most is like 5 minutes away from anywhere in the galaxy. Only in Pyro and Stanton, and only right now. I have a feeling that a lot of the stations in Pyro are going to start disappearing. The reason why those stations exist right now is because those stations were built for the fact that the refueling didn't exist. Like, refueling is there, but it's sort of janky, and there's no, like, NPC solution to it. So once they have the refueling as an actual gameplay loop, and they have AI that you can call for refueling, they'll start removing a lot of that support structure. Yeah, that's the other thing. Right now, you just click a button and get your ship back. That's not going to stay that way forever. You're going to have timers are going to go up in terms of reclaiming. So you can't just reclaim and get it. And even if they have a ship to my location, you're going to see higher times from that. On top of that, there's going to be a lot more repair, rearm, and refueling as engineering is added. So if you're going into combat and getting fucked up as you're fighting off, when you come back to a capital ship, you can get repaired, rearmed, and refueled pretty quickly, and then sent right back out. A pocket carrier is easy button for groups of 3 to 4 people too. Place your place to store your ship, reload, meet up, and move together. Exactly. It's a sort of a rally point. It's probably going to be cheaper to operate than a Idris is, for instance, but it can hold as many ships as an Idris can. I hope they do. A need for Logi would be great. I don't see, as the game develops, them this stuff like now, it's stuff keeping right now. It's one of my problems for how CIG has been developing the game, which is we need to stabilize the game. We need to stabilize the game. We need to stabilize the game. That's great for people playing right now. But when you add new content, like new features, and that fundamentally changes how you play the game, like engineering, the new flight model stuff, the quantum boost and quantum travel, Death of a Spaceman, item recovery 1.0 or item recovery version 1, crafting, base building, these things will change how you play the game significantly. And I don't like the fact that they've kind of been backburnered while also producing a bunch of content, because we also know that CIG has a bad sense of producing a bunch of content and then not supporting that content. And as a result, that content gets broken and then never gets fixed. Yeah, I'm a little worried that they'll backtrack and not do a lot more in-depth mechanics over the fear of losing the current player base. No, I think they'll do those in-depth mechanics because CIG is stupid. I don't mean that as in a mean way. I mean it as in like CIG hires people who are insane. in a technical term when it comes to video game development. And so they love that stuff, that dumb shit. They will absolutely yum that up. They'll be like, more technical. All you have to do is play the engineering playtests to see that CIG really doesn't give a fuck about player impact when it comes to things. Because the amount of people who lose their goddamn mind over not being able to solo larger ships, mainly like people are like, well, my progression is fucked. It's like your progression isn't linear like that. So yeah, CIG is gonna do it. I think that's part of the problem, is that sort of super focus on like, we're going to do this now. It's like, you're going to make a lot of people who got used to the game angry, and you're going to cause yourself more pain rather than just building the goddamn thing and then fixing it later. They're going to build a game that Chris wants with minor exception regardless. Games aren't made by one auteur forever. Like, even Chris is going to take advice from the community and from people in his own inner sphere. And he already has. because one person isn't always right. The game now is nothing like the game is planned to be. Yeah, I mean, engineering alone is going to shake up how people play the game. Liberator could be a starter for assault carriers easily. I mean, the thing that the Liberator can do is it can also carry large vehicles in a protective hangar directly to the ground for like frontline support. I don't think it's going to be used like that too often because like the Ironclad Assault exists, but the Ironclad is sort of like and the Ironclad Assault are sort of like miniature versions of the Liberator. They're going to maybe around the same size as the Liberator, but they're sort of Drake's response to the Liberator. At least until they can monetize the NPC crew. I'm gonna take the hit. I always do when I say this, but I don't think CIG is going to give you an NPC crew. I think CIG is going to get to the point where they start looking at NPC crews really hard and like really focus on them. They're gonna go, no, this doesn't work. It's gonna be too expensive in terms of giving the ability for every single person to have an NPC crew. And it's going to be too hard to balance against players. So I think at most you might see a single NPC companion that you can travel around with who can help you crew ships, but you're not going to be able to like fully crew an Idris with NPCs. Because if everyone can have a companion, everyone will. It'll become the meta movement. Like if everyone can have an NPC crew, they will try to shave the absolute minimum amount of players per larger ship and fill the rest with NPC crew and do their best to metagame the shit out of having NPCs. Like minimal viable amounts of food and other things to keep them happy so that they can sort of optimize that gameplay. And as a result, big organizations and especially PvP groups will always have NPC crews to a degree so that they can optimize their combat strategy. Now, there are 1 million star citizens. If every one of those 1 million star citizens has a crew of like 4 or 5, that is 4 times. That's 4 million NPCs that they have to track. And does CIG have the infrastructure or the memory capacity or anything that like involves AI that they can track all of that? I think blades will happen. I think blades are the simple solution to that problem. And I think that's what they'll offer is blades for specifically turrets. Which will turn manned turrets into remote turrets, or I mean remote turrets. We'll just turn them into auto turrets. Kind of very similar to the how the PDCs work right now, because they already have PDCs. They can use the same logic there. And I imagine it's a lot cheaper to do that for turrets than having a fully functioning, discussed, being able to talk to someone NPC. That's going to be coming out before 1.0. But they said that they're not going to look at the NPC crews until after 1.0. 4-man limit at most. I think you're not going to really have NPC crew outside of temporary hiring. So you'll be able to like rent somebody, rent their services for a certain amount of time. But you won't be able to like hire a permanent crew. And I think it'll be very limited. Yep, multi-crew is dead if you can just NPC cruise ships. Yeah. Like Star Trek Online, I'm not too familiar with that system. Is person NPC outside of an AI turret? Yeah. So that would be like hiring someone to go fix your ship as things get broken, or as a FPS, you know, like a guard, or pilot the ship, or that kind of thing. As part of the MMO, the multiplayer is key for me. Multi-crew is group coordination and key loop. When I want to be myself, as long as I have soloable, useful small ships in the loop I want to play, I'm good. That's the thing, is that it'll be interesting to see. They did the whole buy extra game packs for customization and NPCs. That's why I think that they'll limit that number to 1. Like, you can have a customized NPC, or you can hire a single companion to back you up. But there's no way they can do that for people who have like 17 packs. Or yeah, an NPC in your hangar. Oh, he's a personal NPC outside of the AI turret. That's a different thing. Those are 2 different things. As a result, I think CIG is going to balance the shit out of NPCs so that you'll never have enough NPCs to run an entire capital ship effectively. You might have 1 and you may be able to rent 2 or 3 outside of that 1 you can hire. And those 4 total NPCs would technically allow you to pilot like an Idris. But you're not going to have all of the weapons manned. You're not going to have all of the resources gathered. And you might be able to like also put a lot of those guns into AI blades. But those blades won't... those bladed turrets won't will take up resources like power or heat. I think the lib comes at IAE. Ooh. When the fleet ops thing comes next year. They said they wanted to do it mid next year, but yeah, I can see that. I feel like CIG needs to market an endgame vision of for solo player focused ships. Right now, endgame seems to be capitals and space stations in CIG's current market strat. Yeah, endgame is multiplayer. It's an MMO. There's likely not going to be a single player end game more than just like you can reach a certain point where you can use your ship and then join other players in activities. Yeah, typically an end game for MMO is raids. You might have some story content, and CIG will have a story content. There's a 30 to 40 hour single player story, not single player, but like a story mission progression that you can do for 1.0. That's the end game. Get to that, the end of that. For actual NPCs, crew are going to exhaust CO2, which will be handled by the life support. Yeah. Paul, this game is fun. I just did I'm a friendly wing wobble, and the Idris let me land. That's neat. I suspect CIG will do some kind of something similar, limit to the number of full NPCs you can have. Yeah. Rumor is the Perseus it has two bladed. Yes, it has two. Its two remote turrets can also be bladed to function as like sort of light PDCs. But then they've added PDCs to the Perseus. So yeah, you don't need them to be bladed when you actually have PDCs. When the price of crew health, crew personality, crew hygiene thing, balance NPC crew, it becomes an office simulator that makes it more difficult to dominate with a full NPC crew. It's beyond that. It's also the resources that all those crew members take up. Resources in terms of game resources. Because there will always be somebody who finds a way around managing those to like optimize the fuck out of how many NPCs you can have. Which will then remove the total amount of multi-crew which you'll have. Like, you have people who will put their NPCs in turrets so that they can just use them as effectively bladed turrets, but they don't have to pay the energy cost for. Which will then remove a lot of the other requirements. And maybe like random fix-it crews, like damage crews, damage report crews. And then you'd have like one player in charge of each group, like a player in charge of the gunners, a player in charge of the like mechanics, a player in charge of the pilot, that kind of thing. So a single player in MMO can still do things in the end game, such as crafting. That's still available in Star Citizen too. Or the Perseus got Javelin style 2 pair of 2-size turrets. Yes. Yes, it did. Solo players can join orgs. Yeah, but that's no longer solo playing. That's group play. The problem with trying to limit it by price is how do you let solo players afford it without orgs being able to do it constantly? That's the other problem. Yeah. If the goal is to make it easier for the solo player to function, then it needs to be something that's affordable. But if it's affordable, then everyone can get it. And if everyone can get it, then you have the problem of, can you support every single player having a full crew? Put a limit on ships based on hangar size. I think they're going to put a limit on on NPCs based off of player. Like, you can only have a maximum of like 3 NPCs. All right, y'all. I'm going to call it. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours. I'll be back with Pub and Plays Friday, hopefully, if I can contact Loken and see what he wants to do. Oh, Saturday we've got, I know right now I've got at least, Space Tomato. We're going to be talking about engineering. We're going to talk about the consequences of engineering. And I'm trying to get other people to join, but we'll see who else can join. I've asked Loken to join me as well, because I think Loken's in there as well. because we did talk about engineering as a community during the community questions, and I think it's a good topic in general to bring up when more focused discussion as well. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for joining us. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.